You're live.
All right. Hello, everybody, and thanks for stopping by. I am literally more excited about this stream than I've ever been about any stream. I never thought I would be so thrilled to be the dumbest person on a panel, but here I am. Everybody knows that my channel is dedicated to stupid, but tonight we're going to be doing smart. And so the gentleman here tonight, well, like I was shit. I totally fucked up my whole opener because I'm trying to freestyle because some of my panelists aren't here yet, so I can't say the opener that I pre-wrote. But I guess we're going to start by going over some of the resumes of my esteemed guest, and we're going to start with Rodent of Anger. So yeah, I just totally blew that. So Rodent of Anger, tell us who you are and why you're here, and give us a little bit of your resume, and then we'll move on to the other panelists.
All right, good evening. Thank you again for having me on the panel. So I have worked for about 30 years in the environmental testing of aerospace equipment, and that has included 23 years at Jet Propulsion Laboratory building robotic spacecraft. So I'm one of the engineers that designed the electronics packages for Spirit, Opportunity, Curiosity, and the Perseverance rovers. So what else? I've also, what have I done? I started off at a community college, and after I worked for a little while as a technician, and after that, I went to university and got a 4-year degree. So if I can do it, anybody can.
Oh, cool.
Indeed. Dr. Wells, Dr. Clive Wells, if you would be so kind, give us a little bit of your resume and your bio, if you would.
Okay, well, I also started off at a state school. I then applied to Cambridge to do mathematics, and I was accepted. I got a double first in maths from Cambridge. I then did Part 3 mathematics, which is often regarded as one of the most, well, it's often regarded as the most difficult course of its type in the world. I got a distinction in that. I then went on to do a PhD in the department in Cambridge. That's in the, so my PhD was in the application of differential geometry, classical and quantum gravity. This was in Stephen Hawking's research group. My PhD was specifically on black holes and time machines. After that, because I was such well respected as a teacher of students at that point, I eventually became a fellow of one of the Cambridge colleges, where I now direct studies in mathematics. That's basically my way.
Yeah, and when I first asked you to be on the panel, and I got your email, and I saw your signature block at the bottom, and it said Director of Mathematics at Cambridge University. I thought,
yeah.
Holy shit, like that's where Isaac Newton and Stephen Hawking served. And I got to admit, I fangirled out for a couple seconds.
Yes, you did.
I did.
Well, the course in mathematics at Cambridge is very highly influenced in, well, it's much more into the theoretical physics side than most other mathematics degrees. And we like to say that's because of Newton.
Right.
I'm not sure it's entirely true, but it is a much more theoretical physics or applied mathematics course than you get in most university courses in mathematics.
Right. So just for the Americans that may not be, well versed in what we're talking about with different universities. So Cambridge is basically, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Wells.
Just call me Clive, please.
I know. I was going to get to that right after I said what I'm about to say, but but that would be the UK's version of, like, say, MIT or Harvard.
Yeah.
The top echelon of universities. Yeah.
Yes, Cambridge University is consistently ranked within the top 2 or 3 universities in the world.
Correct. So it's just really great to have you on the panel. And I don't know where PhD Tony is, and I'm good enough friends with PhD Tony that I'm going to wring his neck for not showing up in time. And Professor Phil Bell says he will be along shortly. But I guess we'll go ahead and get. Sorry, go ahead.
I know that earlier on in the day that PhD Tony did say that he was aware of this stream and he advertised it. So he hasn't forgotten, I think.
He checking Discord. Yeah, as we do. Because Dr. Bell said that it would be the time of day that he would be getting ready for work, but that he would pop in, and he's on his way. So what we're going to be doing here tonight is we're going to be talking about, we're not going to be talking about anything. We're going to be answering questions from the audience of all the stuff that you've ever wanted to know about science, but just never had anybody to ask. So Cliff in the chat is going to be answering or is going to be reading out super chats, and those are going to be taking the highest priority. And then if you want to ask another question that's not a super chat, then at a Marvel Girl, and we'll get to those as well as we can. So
my PayPal is no kidding.
Do we have any already? Because I have a couple at hand.
We just have one so far. Second one just came in.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get into it while we wait for our recalcitrant panel members.
All right. Colonel Potter 4007 for $4.99.
407, like the MASH unit.
Oh, 4007.
4077.
407. Okay.
It's supposed to be, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, Schrodinger, I would like you to apologize to Marvel Girl for saying that submarines do not have windows. Technically, the comment hours have windows. I don't know what that means, but okay.
Right into it. You know, I had promised a certain person that I wasn't going to even bring that up tonight. But since it was brought up and it was a super chat, I have to reiterate that my producer, a Marvel Girl, did ask me about whether or not military submarines have windows.
It was a genuine question. And Dr. Well, Clive, isn't it true that there are no stupid questions?
That's not true.
No, that's not true at all.
And
So I suppose the military may have some of those mini submersibles.
Yeah,
right.
I was thinking science ones. Yeah.
Yeah, she's thinking of the Jacques Cousteau, like the ones that go down and they look at the fish and they look at the, the sunken submarines. And so I forgot I was going to go over my resume, just as if everybody doesn't already know. Like Rodent of Anger, I started out at, I started out in the military. So I enlisted in the military at the age of 19 as an aviation electronics technician. And while I was still on active duty, I went to community college. I got an associate's degree in electrical engineering. And then while I was still enlisted, I got a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering, at which point the Navy gave me a commission as an officer. I rose to the rank of lieutenant while getting my master's degree in management. Retired in 2017, and now I work for a defense contractor. I mostly, among other things, but mostly I update electronic systems on board nuclear submarines. So that's my resume. Somebody's got a lot of dinging and stuff with the cell phone. Sounds like
The first one was mine, and the second one sounds like baking.
All right. So should I continue?
Yes,
There's
yes.
more, yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Taco Josh Gaming for $5 says, my question, opinion, thoughts on the idea that aliens would never visit Earth due to the time/distance it would probably take to get here.
Oh, I got tons of thought on that, but I'm going to let my guests answer.
Yeah, nobody cares about you.
Nobody cares. So let's let Rodent of Anger begin. Like, what do you want to be called? Do you want to be called Rodent of Anger or
Rodent, Hail Rodent, if you prefer. But
No,
Just for-
Rodent is fine.
Rodent for brevity's sake?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I kind of disagree, because there's no reason to believe that just as we humans are looking out into space and saying, golly gee, what's out there? There are other societies that have achieved the same level of self-awareness along with technology aren't looking out there and saying, hey, what's that little blue ball way out there?
Right.
I think that it's totally within the belief that aliens would want to go out and explore.
Okay. Clive, do you have thoughts before I bloviate?
I take completely the opposite view. The universe is much larger than people usually think, and I just feel that the enormous distances are such that you would need tens of thousands of years just to get to the nearest stars. To put that and also the amount of energy required to do that is enormous. You would have to be pretty sure that you're going to a star or a planet which is of some interest if you're going to put that amount of effort into going that far. And I just think it's rather unreasonable to expect that even our closest neighbors in a galactic sense or in an interstellar sense is going to be likely to have intelligent life. Although I think there is likely to be intelligent life in the universe, I think it is very far spread. So I think there's almost no possibility of there being any contact with any extraterrestrial intelligence. Certainly not in terms of visiting. And I really don't think it's even realistic in terms of radio contact. But it's cheap to listen, in terms of SETI, and that's fine. But those are my views. I think it's pretty much impossible.
And that's what I wanted to talk about was SETI, which is SETI, which is an acronym that means Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. And so they started broadcasting, correct me if I'm wrong, in maybe the 50s or 60s.
50s or 60s sounds about right to me.
About right.
Yes.
So the signal that we have sent has reached 50 or 60 light years away, which is comically a short distance. I mean, it's ridiculously short in cosmological terms. Not only the fact that that's as far as this signal has reached, if it did reach intelligent life, they would have to interpret it, create a response, and then send something back that would take just as long to come back to us. So
but
to say,
let's not also forget the amount of power that was sent out. It's so minuscule. It's very difficult to believe that another civilization would be able to detect such small amounts of power. I mean, we have trouble communicating with spaceships like Voyager. That's really pushing it, and that's still in our solar system.
right?
If I could just,
yeah, go ahead.
can I just want to interject something interesting about Voyager. The Voyager spacecraft are so far out that special algorithms needed to be developed to discriminate the signals that were coming from Voyager via the background noise of just from the galactic background noise that we are receiving. The amount of energy is so low that a number of years ago we had to kind of up our computer game in order to hear what Voyager was saying.
Right, which is why it's comical to me that people think, oh, if there's intelligent life out there, we would know it. You're talking about throwing a pebble into an ocean and saying, well, everybody should know that we threw that pebble into the ocean. Like everybody in the ocean should know. Like how? Like how would you possibly know that? So the Fermi paradox, to me, I'm assuming that we know what the Fermi paradox is. It's the paradox that says, if there's intelligent life out there, why don't we know about it by now? That's not a paradox. It's what should be expected by the size of the universe as we understand it. And I'll leave it to my panelists to correct me if I'm wrong.
What if they're more advanced than us, though?
That's just another wrinkle.
Okay. I think
advanced in what way?
Like
Advanced
maybe the amount of power it would take to get here is nothing to them. Like maybe they've got, I don't know, work. I don't know.
Well,
I'm going to say something about windows in a submarine in a second, probably. So I'm going to shut up now.
No,
so we need to you got to maybe focus instead of windows on the outside of the submarine. What about on the watertight doors in between compartments? Isn't there something that allows you to see what's on the other side of that watertight door?
Yes, there are on ships that there are. Yeah. So that you're not opening it into somebody else's face, but that's not the topic we're talking about.
I know. I just but it. So,
I heard there was Windows on the ISS, but I think they're changing over to Linux now.
Nerd jokes, love it.
Love it, yeah.
All right,
but yeah, I just want to hear from the panelists about, like, it seems perfectly reasonable to me that we don't know, or that extraterrestrial life that's intelligent, like, we haven't found them yet, or they haven't found us yet. Seems perfectly reasonable to me.
Oh, I want to agree, and I also want to agree with Clive. I think I kind of misunderstood the question a little bit about whether or not they're here and we know about it, or why we should know about it. I was thinking on just beings being alive and being self-aware. Hey, we want to know what else is out there, whether or not we can find out. Yes, the universe is just immensely large, larger than many people can comprehend. And that just brings a whole bunch of difficulties so far as we know it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Clive, but I possibly, in a couple of years or 10 years, somebody's going to come along with something that's going to cut the distance down. I don't know what it is, but it could be.
I would say, just before you go, Clive, I would say no, because we have a speed limit, and that is big C.
Correct.
Clive?
Yes, I can't see any way of making shortcuts. If that's how far it is, that's how far it is. So,
right.
That's it. I mean, if you try and get round the intergalactic speed limit, the speed of light, then you can run into all sorts of contradictions in terms of being able to travel into your own past and what we call closed time-like curves. These generally lead to paradoxes, and also it doesn't seem to be consistent with quantum theory. So there do seem to be problems about constructing a consistent quantum field theory in the presence of these loops in time. So some of the things we hear as suggestions don't include an understanding of the fact that you need a quantum theory as well as just a solution to general relativity in order to have something which represents the universe.
Right. I just don't think that there's any shortcut unless you invoke some of these quantum wormholes and some of these other things. But one of our...
Well, you certainly wouldn't be able to have a quantum wormhole which would be able to be useful in terms of maximum property.
Right. One of our recalcitrant, how do I even say that word?
Recalcitrant.
Yeah. The dickhead that didn't show up on time, and
I got an alert for 8:30 last night, just before I went to bed. So I set my alarm to get here by 8:30, and I'm here by 8:30. So that's a success on my end.
You screwed me out of a perfectly good joke that I was going to make. I had it written down. It was all ready, and then you weren't here. And I said, I'm going to introduce my friend PhD Tony, that is the only person that could say the word in one sentence more than I can. And you screwed me out of it. So now that you are here, we all went through our CVs, our resumes. So it's your turn. So tell us how you became PhD Tony and what you do.
Okay, so I became PhD Tony as a result of the COVID lockdown, actually, and I discovered, I watched a lot of YouTube. I discovered a lot of anti-science videos that I strongly disagree with. And I decided to, somebody was wrong on the internet, and I had to go on and make everybody right. My expertise, my undergraduate training was as a mathematician, more of an applied mathematician. My honors was in geomagnetism techniques, the inverse problem of determining the conductivity of Earth's interior, how to do that. And from there, I moved into a job as a research assistant for one of the world famous geophysicists who happens to work at my institution. And from there, I entered a PhD program and got a PhD in geophysics, specializing in glacial isostatic adjustment, which is the rebound, the movement of the crust in response to changes in surface loading. And this feeds into sea level change because the surface of the Earth is changing, but also there's a change in the gravity field. So we do a lot of modeling of equipotential surfaces. So that's where I come from.
And now everybody's asleep. Okay. Everybody wake up.
Nonsense.
Wow.
That was so cool. I'm sorry.
No, it's an inside joke. We screw
It
with
is
our
an
friend.
inside joke.
Yeah. We pick on our friend, and he picks on us. Somebody
Yep,
start an
of course.
counter and decide which one of us between Tony and myself says by the end of this stream, because I say it a lot, and my only claim to fame is that he says it more than me. So when somebody says that I say too much, I'm like, well, look at Tony. So
Yeah.
I just said
You did.
Cliff, do we have another question before
Yes,
I
we
say
do.
again?
Yes, Simon Michener for £5 says, as I understand it, the Oort cloud is at the extreme edge of the solar system. Is it just a ring or is it a sphere? And what is it a cloud of?
Good question. Who wants to lead off on it?
So I can give you my understanding of the Oort cloud, which is that it is not. It's kind of disk-like, but it's a less coherent disk than the inner solar system, which is where all of the planets are. So it's kind of a fuzzy extension of the ecliptic. And it contains a lot of dust and ice in particular, which aggregate occasionally into comets, which will be dragged into highly eccentric orbits around the sun.
Can I pause you? Because a lot of these we're going to have to say what the thing is before we start talking about the thing.
Okay.
So the Oort cloud, as I understand it, is an area just outside of our solar system that is where we get a lot of our, which develops a lot of our meteors and comets and
like
things
a
like that.
nursery?
That's that's a good word. That it's a nursery for a lot of our
Cool.
comets and meteors. So yeah, that's the. So
I'm not sure that many meteors go out there. It may be a few, but not that many. I wouldn't have thought. I would have thought that it was mostly comets, but actually, Clive,
that's fine. Clive.
I mean, my understanding was that it consists. I thought it was more of a sphere, but given that we don't really observe it, I guess that depends on which model you're looking at. I think it's more of a cloud of long period comets. So I think they recently found a comet, a rather large comet, which had a period of about 2 million years, and that went all the way out to the Oort cloud. So it's not something which just stays there. It's something which you get these comets coming in to the inner solar system, then going back out again. A very long period.
Yeah, one of the sort of contradictions that creationists like to cling to, like Jason Lyle, who is actually an expert in comets, is that the lifespan of comets is that come into the inner solar system is relatively short. They can't survive more than 100,000 years or so, and so he would argue that that's evidence for the solar system actually being quite young. Well, there are two problems with that. A, 100,000 years is more than 6,000 years, but B, the scientific thinking is that there exists an Oort cloud in which these things are generated or perturbed onto more eccentric orbits. So they don't, as Clive says, they spend most of their time out in this cloud. And then very occasionally one of them gets deviated or one of them gets attracted into a more eccentric orbit. there's not a lot of information on this because we don't we can't directly observe it, which is one of the big problems.
The number of astronomical units the Oort cloud is supposed to be, because it's absolutely enormous, as I remember.
It is absolutely enormous. It's
It's a good proportion of the fraction between us and the nearest star, isn't it? It's sort of
yeah.
Right.
So I think it's at least 20% of the way to the nearest star. It extends an absolutely massive distance.
And it is hypothetical. It's a hypothesis. This is not something that is widely accepted, as far as my understanding goes.
Yes.
Well, I think it's widely accepted, but maybe the justification isn't there. I think you're
Right. It hasn't risen to the level of a theory yet, I would say.
No.
I think most astronomers would say that they think it probably is there.
Yes.
Because otherwise you've got to explain these long period comets, for instance.
Right. And I want to say hello to Keeping It Criminal, who's in the chat. And I'm wearing a beanie that Keeping It Criminal sent to me from his merch store. So thank you very much, good sir. And that's really cool. People send me merch and I wear it and then give them a shout out.
Do you know who
Well, I have decided to cheat and look up Oort cloud on the internet, and apparently there's an inner Oort cloud which is basically discoid, and an outer Oort cloud which is considered to be more spheroidal. So Clive and I were both right, and
both wrong.
Both. Let's say both. Let's say both. One. Yeah, both.
Yeah, but they don't cancel out.
Incomplete. We're both incomplete. And it extends out to 3 point
definition.
Yeah, it extends out to 3.2 light years. So yeah,
that's a long damn way. I mean, what's the closest?
That is.
The closest star is.
That.
Go ahead.
From the chat, I mean from the chat about the Hale-Bopp and the Oort cloud. Like, is the Hale-Bopp from there?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, is your answer.
But that was an easy one. I want easy ones because we're getting more. So, what we're gonna have to do, and I apologize. Like all of us, I know myself included, and Tony as well. We like long answers to questions, but we're gonna have a lot of questions, I assume. Yeah. So. We're going to have to give incomplete, truncated answers if we can. But what's the next one, Cliff?
All right. So we have Colonel Potter 4007 again. He said for $4.99 conning tower. So he meant that the windows on a submarine were in the conning tower on some of them.
Yeah.
Okay. Jill Sturris for $5 says, "What do you think of Ancient Aliens and all the new Alien series now? Are they going somewhere with this, or just messing with our heads through movies?"
It's a bunch of nothing.
Is that guy? Is that guy a scientist? Like, was he trained as a scientist?
Are you talking about Eric Von Daniken?
No, the guy with the hair.
Georgios or whatever.
Yeah. You know, I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens. That guy.
On for just everybody's situational awareness.
To admit that people were smarter than him. I'm sorry.
Okay.
No, we're talking about the guy on the History Channel, the ancient aliens guy.
Is he a scientist of any kind?
I don't think so, but
okay. Thank you. Sorry.
But, my belief is a lot of those people are just afraid to admit that people are smarter than him.
Okay, who's got this baking? Who's calling a servant?
Sorry, that's my doorbell. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I think we just got a package.
Yeah. Cool. Good.
So yes, it's the yeah, Ancient Aliens is as Marble Girl suggests. It's just an explanation for people being more energetic and more resourceful than modern humans are used to. There's nothing to it. Frankly, if aliens had shown up to help ancient civilizations and stayed around, long enough to build these large structures, why aren't they still here? And why aren't they still helping us build stuff?
That'd be nice.
It doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, indeed. Clive, anything to add before we get to the next?
I haven't seen the series, and I don't care to either.
No,
Really?
you didn't miss anything.
Except for a good meme.
It's a bunch of people looking at things like Stonehenge and saying it's got to be aliens.
Yeah.
So that's basically, I think I just summed up several seasons of that TV show in about 2 sentences. So next question.
All
Yes,
right.
sir.
Good.
Justin Watkins for $20 says, electric car question. Have you ever seen those flashlights where you spin the handle fast to charge the batteries? Why can't electric car batteries charge the same way while driving? Wheels spin charging the batteries.
Ooh.
Oh no, that's so mathematically
That one. So
that won't work.
Yeah, actually, Schrodinger, you're better qualified to deal with that.
No.
He had to mute himself. He's so excited.
I think the I said this morning when I was thinking about this, I'm like, I'm gonna shut the fuck up and let my guests talk about this. And you two guys know math and why this won't work.
Okay,
Please.
So the principles involved are, when you're rotating, you're moving a magnet around, and the magnet is generating the electromagnetic torque that induces a current. But if you do that with the car, then you're basically, what the torch is doing is it's taking energy from you and it's putting it into its internal battery. What the car would be doing is taking energy from the battery and putting less energy back into the battery, but it would take energy to do it. There would be energy loss. So you would actually, because that process has inefficiencies built into it, thermal inefficiencies, you're moving a mass, et cetera, it would actually make the car less efficient. You would be using energy more quickly trying to do that. However, electric cars do have a cheat that is somewhat cunning, in the sense that when they brake, they have a sort of a rubber band system around the axle that is being braked, that stores some elastic potential energy, which they then use. And that's okay, because in that case, you're trying to stop the car, you're trying to slow the car down, and you're just storing the energy, and then you're getting some of it back. It's not a completely efficient process. You don't get all of the energy back for the same reasons I just explained, thermal loss, friction, etc. But you do get some energy back, so it does help a little. But you can't have a free lunch. There's no you can't have a machine that produces mechanical work that charges itself and not lose anything out of the system.
Cool.
Clive,
I completely agree with Tony there, but I think he said everything I would have said.
Yeah, the only thing that I would add, because I just can't help myself, is I was once talking to a colleague and I said, well, if you have a refrigerator and it cools your refrigerator down, is that 100% efficient? And she thought about it and she was like, well, yeah. And so my answer was, thermodynamically, you have your input and your output, but then there's always that thing in the equation. And I know that you guys can talk about this much better than me, but it's like plus W, and that's work. So nothing is thermodynamically 100% input equals output. There's always the work. And in electronics, which is where I come from, you can't send electricity down a wire and get 100% of it to get to the other end, because you're going to have some resistance, and that resistance is going to be bled off as heat because of resistance. And that's where there's always going to be loss. So
yes,
nothing is 100% efficient.
It's one of the ways of thinking about entropy is as a measure of the amount of energy that is unavailable to do work. So we know that every process will either increase energy or keep it, increase entropy or keep it the same. So it's one of those laws of nature that you just can't get a free lunch. I remember having an idea somewhat similar to the questioners. When I was very young, sort of 5 or 6, perhaps even younger than that, I had a Meccano set, and it was a plastic Meccano set. And I thought, what would happen if I attached wheels to each other? So I got a little buggy with 4 wheels. And then when one wheel went round, it can push the other one forward, the other wheel forward. And as it goes back, then the rear wheels can glide with the front wheels and vice versa. Obviously, that wouldn't have worked either. But it was
because there's friction. Yeah,
because there's friction and everything.
Right. So, when you're a child, that makes so much sense.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's what we fight. Let me
go on.
When that's what we fight against in the anti-science community. We're fighting against people with childlike understandings of science.
That's right.
So if I could,
great quotes from The Simpsons, where I'm going to get this wrong, but doesn't Homer say to Lisa, "In this household, we obey the laws of thermodynamics," after she's
yes, he does. Yeah.
If Punchy was here, he would tell me the exact quote.
So I just wanted to say I feel in very good company because, Clive, I did the same thing, only I didn't have Meccano, I had Lego.
Right, yeah.
I don't know if y'all know oh God, what's his name? Lewin, Walter Lewin, the MIT professor, retired, who's a pretty big YouTuber. And even when he was still teaching at MIT, he was a YouTuber. And he was talking about, basically the same thing we're talking about, where there always has to be some sort of loss due to friction and just work happening. And he stood on one end of his stage in his classroom. Like, he's an MIT professor, so he's got an entire stage, and he's got this weight that he holds up to his chin, and he's telling his class, if I don't believe or if I'm wrong about energy, then when I let this go, it's going to come back and smash me in the face, because of the what am I thinking of? The conservation of energy. So he holds it up to his chin, he lets it go, and it comes back, and it just comes really close to his face, but it's bled off some energy. And he was just... Go ahead.
I've seen it done in the Royal Institution Christmas lectures by Richard Dawkins back in 1991. He did exactly that demonstration. Right. So
it's a great demonstration, because if you're wrong, your face is going to get smashed.
Well, actually, this to me is what's wrong with a lot of modern discourse, or a lot of, and particularly anti-science discourse, is that there are no negative consequences to being wrong, right? So a person can be wrong about the science. it's okay to be wrong and say, well, I could be wrong. But the anti-science people don't do that. They don't admit that they could be wrong. They assert with absolute confidence that they're right. And it doesn't matter how often they're demonstrated to be wrong. There are no negative consequences to it, right? There's no punch in the face. There's no kick in the nuts. There's no social ostracization as a result of it. And so they go on in their fantasy world without ever being forced to confront reality. I kind of have an idea for a business, which is a booth. If you have a disagreement with somebody, you can go into the booth and the person in the booth will tell you who is right, if anyone, and punch everybody who is wrong.
Oh.
And I think that this could be a service. If you get into an argument in a pub or something like that, or on the street, it's just a way of saying, put your money where your mouth is, or be more conservative about what you're saying.
I like it.
There is a consequence. It's called being the victim of one of my videos.
I have kind of a follow-up.
I like it.
Cliff, let me go next because it's about electric cars too, so might as well do it next week.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm from Alan S. All right. Is it true that electric cars do more environmental damage being built and then being recycled than my little Kia does just by running the engine?
I don't know. That's my answer.
Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, this is one of the intricacies of the market, and it depends on where the energy is coming from that supports the factories. So, are they burning coal, for instance? Are they, it depends on a lot of stuff. Given that it's still early days in the market probably hasn't reached an equilibrium point in terms of energy. So, for instance, these cars rely on batteries. The elements used to construct these batteries come from countries that haven't been industrialized and haven't been sort of used for mineral exploration before. So, they're establishing roads, they're establishing mines, they're establishing all of this stuff, and that takes more energy than would be the case once they get up and running and equal. So there are a lot of subtleties to that question, but the basic answer is I don't know.
Yeah,
I've heard that there's certainly the case that in terms of mining the rare metals that are used in the batteries, certainly takes energy. And then what happens is they're shipped once or twice around the planet to get to where they're mined, and then where they're actually processed, and then where the cars are actually sold, and so on. So there is actually a bit of a problem there. It's also the case that I was looking at this the other day in terms of neodymium, which is one of the constituents which batteries for electric vehicles are used. Now, it turns out that a lot of those rare metals are actually mined in China. So you've also got to be concerned about what China's going to do if they ever decide to prevent exports or use their almost monopoly on neodymium, for instance, in a way that you don't like.
Yeah, so, Clive's being quite diplomatic there because he's English. So allow me to translate. The Chinese Communist Party are really aggressively evil bastards, and being dependent on them in any way is a bad strategic move.
Okay, somebody asked me to turn slow mode on, and since we're doing this a different way than we used to, Tina, do you know how to turn slow mode?
Same thing you used to do, huh?
No, it's not. It's not. I don't know how to turn slow. No.
Okay.
Well, maybe you can.
I will look to see if I can from here. If not,
okay,
we'll have to look into it again. Sorry.
Yeah. So. Yeah, that's it's a hard question about electric cars. because I just ran into that same thing with solar power. Like, used to be like people were putting solar powers on their houses, and it was basically like virtue signaling. Like, look at me, I love the environment. I'm putting solar panels on my house. Well, now it's actually becoming economically efficient to do it, to the point where I have some getting put on my home this month, because I've talked to other people and experts, and they say that it's actually viable to the point to where your meter runs backwards on sunny days. And that's what we just have to wait for, is for these things to become viable as as means of. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, it's a matter of market maturity. So the longer that a market for a product has been around, the better the production lines are, the less infrastructure is needed, and the more the technology has been developed. So the fundamental underlying techniques will improve. So over time, markets are going to get better and more efficient. But when they're just starting up, it's a different story. They're not in equilibrium. They're still getting to their mature phase. So you kind of need to bear with a market. If you think that the market is a good thing in the long term, then you kind of need to bear with it during these teething processes.
Yeah, it's the market and the technology. You have to wait to catch up.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Next question.
Okay, so we got a new subscriber, new member. Hey, the adults are talking. Welcome to Debunkers.
Hey.
Thank you.
Rejected Driftwood for $5 says, "Is hypnosis real? It just seems fake."
I don't know. I'm going to leave this to the panelists.
Okay. I have no clue.
Do you want to take this
I've
first,
tried it.
Clive, or?
Well, I don't really know. I think I think there's some evidence to suggest that you get certain the process of putting someone under hypnosis changes their brain states, but I think it probably is real to some extent. I mean, people have used it in surgery, for instance, before anesthetics, but I wouldn't. I really don't know that much about it.
Yeah, it's way outside of our wheelhouse.
Okay, so I will. There is a related concept that is quite powerful that I can discuss, which is the placebo effect. The placebo effect is actually extremely powerful. If you get handed a pill and you get told this is going to fix you, it can be very, very effective in treating some diseases. And in fact, it's so effective. The trials that they've done are actually quite interesting. One of the trials they did was they got a doctor, they gave him a syringe, and they said they told the doctor what was in the syringe, which was independent of what was actually in the syringe. And then they got the doctor, without speaking, to go in and inject the patient. If you told the doctor that the syringe contained helpful stuff, the patients felt better, right? So it wasn't even a matter of the patient knowing what was in the syringe, just the doctor thinking that the stuff in the syringe was better.
Like body language.
Yeah, like body language, the general impression, and that sort of thing. So actually, there's a lot of the human brain is processing a lot of information that it just doesn't bother telling the conscious brain about. To take actually dogs are also subject to the placebo effect. If you do something that makes the dog feel good one time, for instance, if you give them special food, but actually you've injected them and they feel better, the next time that they're ill with the same thing, just feed them the food and they will feel better because it worked last time. So there's a so that all animals are doing these tricks, and hypnosis may be a way of reliably doing that. But I think that basically this is auto-suggestion. It's all about the ability of the unconscious mind to influence how the conscious mind feels.
I tried it once, and it didn't work. But I felt bad for the guy, the doctor doing it, so I pretended like it did.
Okay.
It felt bad.
So, Professor Bell is in the chat, and no worries, Professor Bell. We'll let you on whenever you get here. Also, my stepson is in the chat, and I was supposed to give him a shout out, and I screwed it up.
Where is it?
So everybody say hello to Nick in the chat.
Hi.
Hello, Nick.
Hi.
Hey, Nick.
Hi, Nick. I didn't see him.
I'm not sure even what username he's using. I just know that I got yelled at for not saying that he was in the chat and giving him a shout out. So
Did you ask all the questions you were supposed to ask?
As in what questions?
Any from Nicole?
I don't think
I thought
any.
she had some. Okay.
I don't think so. I'm sure I'll get
Okay.
texts.
Mm-hmm. All right, she can text me. Good.
All right. So Eva Roberts for $5 says, "What are the panel's thoughts on Richard Branson reaching the edge of space?"
I have one about that too.
What do you mean the edge of space?
Well, I have
It's a suborbital flight.
Yeah. So my question is from Judy. You got this. What do the panel members think about Branson's suborbital flight today, and what doors might that open for society?
I think it's great that he's actually trying to develop a technology and work on getting people into space and finding other avenues on getting not just regular folks, but scientists along with their equipment and along with their instruments into space.
It's only a good thing. I don't think there's any downside to it. But again, I'll shut up and let the panelists answer.
You want to go, Clive?
Well, my immediate reaction was good for him. It's obviously just developing technology, and I don't think there's any real downside to this. I'm not sure that it was really into space, though. I might argue with that. It seemed more like.
Can you explain what suborbital means?
So suborbital is, I believe he only went up to somewhere around 80,000 feet, which is
the aircraft go that high.
Well, maybe he went a little bit higher, but when I came in, I saw his landing, and they were just passing around 80,000 feet. But I believe 60 miles is considered to be the edge of space. And I do not believe that their aircraft went higher than 60 miles, or their craft went higher than 60 miles.
So Branson went up to 55 miles, which is about 88.
Oh, okay.
88,
Okay.
88 kilometers, or 88,000 meters. The Kármán line is something of an arbitrary distinction, but yes, that doesn't qualify as space.
The Kármán line, correct me if I'm wrong, is a legal boundary and not a scientific boundary.
Yeah, it's an administrative boundary. Basically, I think there's some.
Why does there have to be an administrative boundary?
Because
We
we have laws in countries and stuff.
Oh, I don't know.
So
Well, there are treaties that deal with things in space. There's also a whole list of, at least here in the United States, there's an entire list of new safety features that come into play if you are going into space.
Okay.
So yeah, there's.
So that comes into play when you're doing it your thing.
Right,
Gotcha.
but you still have to have a whole different level of quality control for manned space flight when you are going into space, as opposed to like for airplanes, even though airplanes there's an incredible amount of quality control because they are handling human beings. But yeah, if you're going to do manned space flight, it becomes, several order of magnitude more extreme.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so AZ the Kid for 1999 says, who changes the magic light bulb known as the sun and the nightlight the moon? What's the wattage? Home Depot or Lowe's for replacement suns and moons? I think that was a joke.
Yeah, you think so?
Well, it's Freya, because every night she and her cart of cats cross the sky.
Right.
So,
But can we...
yeah.
I realize that was a joke, but can we talk about a standard candle? Just so that we can inject some science into this. What is a standard candle, and what does that mean to science?
Oh dear. I know it's something like the number of lumens of a candle, 3 feet away, measured from a certain number of feet away from the candle.
Is that what you're talking about, or is it the stars?
You're right.
Well, there's absolute magnitude, and then there's candle. What is one candela? And I got spun off because Schrodinger said candela, but I think he meant to say to try and define the idea of standard magnitude for a star.
I may have said it wrong when I'm talking about the power of, or the luminosity of a star. When they talk about I could be saying it wrong. Standard candle when we're talking about luminosity of a star.
The point is, theorists have worked out that certain types of star always emit the same amount of energy. And if you can identify these stars in distant galaxies, then what you can do is look at their observed luminosity and compare it with the theory. And you should be able to work out how far away they are in that case.
Yeah.
So
to explore this in a little more, detail, the stars involved are Cepheid variables. They vary in intensity, and a theoretician worked out that the variation in intensity is a function of how bright they are. So the faster they vary in intensity, the brighter they are. And so they're a standard candle. As long as you can work out the period of variation just by observing them, you can work out how bright they are. So you can compare the distance to different ones of the same or comparable period.
Okay.
All right. So Eva Roberts for $10 says, okay, last question I have for the panel. What is their favorite film about space, even though it isn't accurate, and which film was the most accurate that they have seen?
That's easy, Spaceballs.
Star Wars is the most accurate, definitely.
Star Wars is the most accurate.
I'm a follower of the Sith, so...
I don't think there was... as far as accurate, I don't think there was one, but Spaceballs
Okay.
is my favorite.
There were some good ones, like even
There are
Neil deGrasse Tyson thinks so.
Oh,
Yeah,
Dark,
so
Dark Star
Gravity-
is my favorite.
okay. Gravity, for instance, the Sandra Bullock film.
That's the one.
That was pretty good. There are some
There
glaring
was
inaccuracies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was boring.
Yes, it was boring.
I didn't.
It was as boring as a movie could possibly be. Nothing happened.
No, I saw Solaris. Solaris was pretty boring.
Obviously, some of the
Nobody
science
else
in
has seen Solaris.
Poor
Interstellar-
Tony can't get this finish his statement. Can you let Tony talk?
That's okay.
Thanks.
Well, I actually quite liked Gravity, but obviously I'm in the minority there. And I hate literature, so I mean, you guys are really harsh judges. But the film that I most liked that was set in space, tricky question. Nothing's really coming up. Stop snoring. Wake up.
Oh,
I'm-
I'm sorry. That's my cat.
Oh, I was wondering.
I
No,
did rather like I did rather like the audiobook version of The Martian. I didn't think much of the film, but I thought the audiobook version was quite interesting because the guy who wrote it, Andy Weir, was he used to calculate all these orbits and everything for himself. He tried to make it as realistic as possible, but still have it. I mean, it wasn't entirely realistic, but only to the extent that he can make a story out of it. Yeah. I think
Well, the only thing that I can do is relate it to the military, and when we make these military movies, not we, because I don't make military movies, but there's these movies where we're going in and we're rescuing some hostages, and there's like all this shooting and fucking helicopters and Navy ships, and we're giving air support, and there's calls for fire and all that. Honestly, I've been on the other end of that, where we're just sitting there just waiting like 12 hours for the ship to like get into position, and then we're inserting these guys, and it takes like 60 minutes to get them on the ground, and then they're having to hike in 4 miles. I imagine that's probably what it's like for you guys that deal with space travel. Like there's a whole lot of just sitting around waiting. Am I right?
Well, yeah, there's that, but I think more generally the way that science is treated in a lot of films. Scientists in films are always able to hack their way through computer systems because scientists are just that fantastic, and scientists don't tend to specialize in something.
They know everything.
They know everything about it because science is just the one topic. It does get a little bit frustrating. Looking at science in science and scientists being handled in movies.
Yeah, it's just as frustrating with the military because everybody thinks that everybody is Rambo.
Yeah.
Like Rambo's a fictional character. We don't have Rambos in the military.
Well, we've covered a couple of them. Like, who's the guy that we saw that SEAL, like the double Medal of Honor winner that we watched?
Yeah, no, I agree that there's some people that do badass shit, but there's no dude that like takes out like single-handedly infiltrates a bunker and like just kills everybody in there with a toothpick and makes way, it gets away with all 30 hostages. That science is sometimes, in my opinion, portrayed in the media in the same way. Like there's just some like MacGyver, like he just like invents out of nothing. Like he creates a nuclear reactor out of
Paperclip,
a-
and yeah.
right, yeah, a paperclip and a napkin, and he's just got a nuclear reactor. Like
So
Did,
may I say something?
mhm.
So
Absolutely.
Schrodinger, we used to call that high calonically generated in terms of, sitting in a meeting and somebody would say something, well, why can't you do this? And it's like, well, did you just high calonically pull that out of
Oh,
right,
okay.
in space?
right.
So
Has any of the panels seen the movie and the band played on? And what do you think of that?
I have not.
I don't remember it. I have seen it, but I really don't remember it.
It's about the beginning of the AIDS crisis and scientists trying to figure out what was going on and stuff. But, okay.
I think I remember seeing that, but I couldn't tell you any details about
I
it.
was just wondering how realistic it was and everything, because it seemed there's a lot of. Okay.
Now, I know that Tony is actually hiding the fact he's a Trekkie. It's a well-known fact in the community that PhD Trekkie,
PhD
that's
Trekkie.
the name. Yeah.
Nice.
So I'm talking about Trek because he often can't make streams because he has a Trek night.
Is it the original show or the Next Generation? Which one's your favorite?
So, well, yes, there's a lot to be said for Leonard Nimoy. So, Clive might be over-egging the pudding here. In fact, I would not publicly claim to be a Trek. Because I simply do not know. Genuine Trekkies are their own breed of special knowledge. They are highly trained individuals with a vast array of facts at their command. And I am not such. And in fact, my favorite Star Trek product is Galaxy Quest.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that was a great one.
Yeah.
We all love
Good
that.
movie.
Yeah.
We are failing
there's a rumor going around. I hear there's a rumor going around that
to answer science questions.
It's okay. People want to hear them talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, I hear there's a rumor going around that Tony actually has converted his bedroom into a replica of the transporter room of the Earth.
Oh no!
Every night he goes to bed, he says, "Beam me up, Scotty."
But the big
and
question,
every time he walks through a door, he does the imitation of the sound.
The big question for Tony is: did he play Richard III and get three encores, or is it 6 encores?
I have a Tribble doll.
Tribbles are cool.
Remember the Tribbles? I have a Tribble doll.
I don't even know what that is.
The Tribbles? It's like one of the most famous Star Trek.
Yeah, one of the most famous Star Trek.
I'm losing my nerd card here.
You are, because that's a classic.
Mud.
It's a big furry ball.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
Oh, is that the little guys that and they were like
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That's horrible. You didn't know that. Go ahead, Cliff.
All right. Speaking of movies, by the way, Han Solo made the Kessel Run in under 12 parsecs, so I know that's pretty accurate.
That drove me actually insane. I spoke about that just the other day. Like a parsec is a measure of distance.
I know.
That's a big thing now. Yeah.
Yeah, this Mandy 777 for $4.99 says, "Is there any life on another planet, even an animal like a fish?"
Bugs, right, or organisms? I heard.
I can go first.
Well, we certainly haven't found any, but in the universe as a whole, it's entirely possible. In fact, probably rather likely that there is life elsewhere in the universe because of the immense number of stars and planets that exist in the universe. But I think the chance of us ever finding it is pretty close to zero. And I think that goes back to the first question that was asked.
Right. Yeah, we kind of touched on that, but I would
Not
say
really. We're not talking about like aliens. We're talking about like anything, like even an organism.
well,
Maybe in the crust.
they would be aliens.
Wait, you know what I'm saying.
That's
I don't mean like the green guys that are walking around. Go ahead.
No,
Yeah,
you're
but that's
talking about
more.
intelligent life.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, but it's more or less the same argument. And I mean, there were spectacular headlines about discovering phosphine in, is it phosphine? Have I got the gas right? In
Correct.
The atmosphere of Venus, and that that may be an indicator of biological activity. The details of this particular of that particular finding, whether or not it's valid, that's still being thrashed out in the scientific literature. And there may be other sources for that gas. So the fact is that we just haven't found one. As Clive says, the finding stuff probably involves going beyond this solar system.
Right.
That doesn't seem necessarily that likely, really. But
People are
But
asking about
as far
microbes
as
on Mars. Microbes.
Yes. Can let me just say that the Perseverance rover, her primary mission is to take us one step closer towards finding the evidence of possible life on Mars, and that being microbial evidence and or possibly even actual evidence that there might be microbial evidence on Mars. We get methane. We're detecting unusual amounts of methane on Mars, which go beyond any of the detectors, finally outgassing and finally stabilizing within the Martian atmosphere, because coming from Earth, we bring with us a certain amount of contaminants.
Oh,
And
okay. I see what you're
though
Yeah.
we try diligently to clean as best we can, there's always a certain amount, and we possibly are detecting some of that, but the gas detectors are normalizing with the Martian atmosphere, and we're still detecting some of this methane that's coming out. It seems to be seasonal, along with the in the summer months where there is the temperatures are a little bit higher.
Huh.
So
and for anybody just joining, Rodent of Anger has and is working on these projects where we're landing detectors on Mars and other planets.
Well, I think the gas detection is actually done via satellite, if I'm correct. One of the problems was that we made observations from Earth. We said, there seem to be traces of methane in the atmosphere. Let's send out a methane detecting satellite. The methane detecting satellite got there and found nothing. Found no elevated methane levels whatsoever. And then later on, it started picking up methane levels. So it seems to be intermittent, and we're not really, our understanding of it isn't really that great at the moment.
yeah, and I want to agree with PhD Tony that we are not fully understanding a lot of these readings, and it's not
seasonal.
Well, it is intermittent,
Okay.
as PhD Tony said, and it's not because we don't know what's going on. A lot of this is because this is new.
Right.
We, in terms of our scientific understanding, we've only very recently had actual
Access.
detectors on the surface of Mars taking data.
And this is why I say that the Fermi paradox, again, is nonsense, because we have a sample size of just a few planets, but the Milky Way galaxy has 500 billion planets. And so we haven't even begun to touch our own galaxy, not to even begin to talk about the other galaxies in our universe. It's almost like if I'm in this room and I haven't even gotten out of my chair. That's what we're talking about when we're saying, well, but we haven't found anybody. Well, of course we haven't.
But we are
Right.
listening, right?
Mhm.
We do have SETI going on.
Yeah, but
you know,
we talked about that before you showed up, and like, how far has the signals gone out from SETI? 50 light years, which is nothing.
Yeah.
I just want to throw in that one of my offices at JPL was across the street from the room that had the SETI sign in it, and they had it in the window, and I could see it from my window. It was just really cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hey,
So-
Are you familiar? So if you worked at JPL, are you familiar with the work of Mr. Parsons, one of the guys who founded it? I've forgotten his name. A really weird guy who played
I think it was Jack Parsons.
Yeah, Jack Parsons, sort of who was very keen on space travel, but also very keen on magic, it turned out.
Why does it sound familiar to me?
A lot of woo peddlers talk about him.
I am not very familiar.
You should look him
with
up.
him.
He's just an interesting historical figure. Also, coincidentally, one of the first people that L. Ron Hubbard scammed.
Really?
L. Ron Hubbard. Yes,
Right.
L. Ron Hubbard.
That's why the woo peddlers talk about him. He's sort of like a they use him as a weapon.
That's mean.
Right.
Just horrible.
But he's just an interesting historical footnote of just this weird guy with these very eccentric belief systems who turned out to be a critical player in the development of rocket fuel and rocket technology, and helped found JPL.
Someone said that he thought he could speak to dead people.
I think maybe he said that, or maybe they just attributed
there were a
it to
lot
him.
of people that you'd be surprised at some of the great minds who did believe in that.
Yeah.
So I do remember Parsons. There's actually a fancy conference room in one of the buildings that have all the past head leaders of JPL, painted their portraits on the wall. And I remember seeing his up there, and you knew something, either something was really good or something was really bad when you got called into that conference room.
Oh boy.
Most of the time it was really good.
Before we go too far down a rabbit trail, are there more questions?
Yeah. So Doug Donahue, he's a new member. He also upgraded his membership to Tasers. So thank you.
No,
Your
thank
name
you.
will go on. Oh, the scroll! I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't put the scroll on. There you go.
All right. Next question is also from Doug Donahue for $5. Says, is a space elevator actually possible? I understand the energy savings, but are their current materials actually able to handle the strain?
In terms of operation, again, I'm quick to jump in. I think perhaps Clive might be better qualified. My understanding is that in engineering terms, there are materials that can that can currently take the strain of at least existing, of at least constructing the elevator, whether or not operated, but not necessarily operating. I think the question is the building techniques for it. And there have been some proposals that sound suspiciously optimistic to me, but the engineers seem very, engineers who have looked at this seem fairly sunny about the possibility, but Clive may know more.
Well, before, like I said earlier, can we say what it is before we talk about it? I can't speak intelligently about. I know in vague terms about what it is. So, Tony, if you could say what the space elevator is.
So a space elevator is basically a long string that you can transmit objects up using. You get an assist from Earth's rotation, I think. As things go, you attach them to this cable, and basically you let them go and they slide up the cable. That's my understanding of it. It's certainly, even if you have to invest energy into it, it's supposed to be a much cheaper way of getting something into orbit than just using rocket fuel. So it's supposed to be more efficient. And I think that there's some assist that they're getting in terms of the energy consumption. So your object gets high above Earth for relatively low costs, but you've got to build the thing and it's got to stay there. And carbon nanofibers are one of the materials that have been put forward for constructing this thing, and they seem to be strong enough. Though constructing them without mechanical flaw on those sort of length scales has to be challenging, I would have thought.
Oh man, I have a question, but it might be a Windows submarine thing.
Well, let Clive get a crack at it, and then we'll talk about
I
Windows.
think the whole idea is rather fanciful. Certainly at the moment, we cannot construct a carbon nanotubes to anything like the purity or the amount or the length that would be necessary to construct such a thing. The expense would be absolutely prohibitive. What you've got to do is put a large mass, I believe, at the other end of the thing. And how much would this thing actually weigh? If you just consider that, it just becomes an impossibility. So I just think it's rather stupid.
It does seem. Sorry, go on.
Oh, I was going to say this. There's another thing that you got to worry about is if anything went wrong, and this gigantic mass is going to come down. One of the things that when spacecraft are built, we meticulously keep track of all the weight of all the materials that are not going to burn up on their way down. For example, titanium is a good one. Titanium dissipates heat a lot and does not burn up very well in the atmosphere. So if it's going to come down from orbit, if it's built out of something really, really heavy and dense, it's going to come down, and all that kinetic energy is going to get transferred into a very big kaboom on somebody's day, and it will be a very unhappy day when that happens. So
obviously, you've got to get all that mass up there in the first place to
exactly
get it down.
Yes. You got to pay for all that weight.
And presumably this weight is, really very substantial. I mean, I don't know what the figures would be, but we're talking
break under its own weight.
Mountains, the equivalent of a mountain or something like that.
Yes, it's instead of in kilograms, it's in tons of weight, hundreds of tons of weight.
Should I
Yeah.
ask a stupid question now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this elevator, right? We're not talking about the type of elevator where like there'd be a lobby on the top and people ride it.
No. It's
Well,
a
I mean,
a corridor.
you could transport people up in it. Yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah?
I mean,
At some point? Oh.
yeah. But they'd have to be protected against the environmental conditions that they'd encounter during the trip. But you could transport people up and down this thing, I think.
But where would they be
I'm not-
going exactly? Because it wouldn't just be one.
Well,
They'd have to be
I mean,
catching
the
a ride
idea-
somewhere or something, right?
Well, the idea is that you're building some. You've got the role of this is to be able to get stuff into orbit in order to construct stuff. And that includes personnel. So, they'd be going to construction projects or they'd be going to travel projects. One of the things that does kind of annoy me is the depiction in a lot of science fiction stories that an interplanetary vessel or an interstellar vessel will land on the planet that it's going to. And that absolutely isn't going to happen because, it's going to go from one planet's gravity, from the edge of one planet's gravity well, or the outer limit of one planet's gravity well, over to another planet's gravity well, and then it's going to send a shuttle down into the gravity well because the energy cost and the engineering cost of the vessel itself actually going down to the ground and then taking off again is immense, right? And
Yes.
you are making it so much harder on yourself by saying, let's take this vessel and let's plunge it into an atmosphere and let's design it so that it can be pulled out again. So there's going to have to be, for interplanetary travel to be a thing, there are going to have to be sort of orbital stations in orbit around the planets where the interplanetary vessels dock and the cargo and fuel, etc., is transported there. So I just sorry, that's a little thing that has been bugging me. I've been playing this stupid science fiction game where the craft goes into the atmosphere, and it's just been bugging me every time they do that animation.
Let me say real quick that this isn't going anything like I thought people were going to be asking like why does my coffee get cold? Like why does?
But these are great questions. These are very deep questions.
They are,
because
but
you forget to keep it hot.
I didn't realize that it was going to be like, what about a space elevator? I thought that it was going to be like when I take my foot off the gas, why does my car slow down? Like that's.
Well, you are not as deep as these people asking questions.
I underestimated the intelligence of my audience, and I apologize. But next question, I suppose.
Wait, there was one though. Like, why does soda go flat?
Yes, that was a question that somebody that I know asked. Like, why does and it's a legit question.
Because it loses the carbon dioxide, right?
But
the
why?
The carbon dioxide is in solution. There's only a finite amount of carbon dioxide in a given volume, and so it's going to the carbon dioxide leaves solution. It
outgasses.
And it outgasses, and so over time you're just going to run out of carbon dioxide. That's all that happens.
Right, but let's talk about what is outgassing.
So outgassing is sorry, I talk a lot. You go.
Can I say something? Just another way to think about it, and I know this sounds simplistic, but if you look at all the little bubbles coming out of your soda, there's only so many little bubbles in there. And each one of those that comes out and pops, well, after a while, there's, if you got 10,000 of them, keep counting. And, all those little bubbles are going to go out, and then at some point you can end up with no more little bubbles.
So it's just
Right,
because
and
it's not an
that's
endless supply.
And that's what outgassing is. It's
Correct.
they're just the buoyancy of them makes them go to the top, and then once they get to the top, they release into the atmosphere, and that's why your soda goes flat.
So because
Yeah.
it's not a natural part of it and it's just added, it doesn't reproduce itself, so it goes flat.
Yeah, well,
Is that
you could probably describe it better than me, Tony. So go ahead.
So, in order to force the gas into the liquid, one of the techniques of doing it is basically just really putting a really high pressure of the gas above the liquid, right? And that will force the gas. There's not enough room for it all to stay in the air above the liquid, and so some of it will dissolve into the liquid. And so that the insertion of carbon into the liquid is the carbon dioxide into the liquid is a result of pressurization, and this is why when you change the pressure, when you reduce the pressure, for instance, when you undo the cap, there's an immediate release of gas. When that outgassing depends on the pressure that the liquid is at, and also the amount of area that the liquid has available to it. As you increase that area, the gas is going to go, oh, it's a lot easier for me to leave the liquid now. And this actually, there are actually some climate change applications for this. So one of the reasons that there's a lot of carbon dioxide that is currently being absorbed by the oceans. Let's suppose that we come up with some way of reducing carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Then that means that some of the carbon dioxide in the ocean is going to say, oh, I don't need to be here anymore because the partial pressure of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere has gone down. So I can leave the ocean and return to the atmosphere. So so kind of the carbon dioxide that has gone into the surface layer of the oceans is actually kind of a bake. And we're going to get that carbon dioxide back at some point in the future.
And then a similar phenomenon to a soda bottle is why scuba divers, when they surface, they have to do it in stages very slowly, or else the nitrogen that's in their blood will turn into bubbles and literally kill them. And so that's why they have to surface so slowly, or they have to go into a decompression chamber.
It's also why after you scuba dive you shouldn't go flying, right?
Very much so.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because planes are pressurized to 8,000 feet.
Yeah.
My question is, does altitude have any, will soda go flat faster in Denver than it will in Louisiana? I don't know.
I would think so.
I would think so.
Okay. I was just wondering.
Okay.
Good.
That's the next question. Throw the door for the House of Torg for Australian $5. Asks, what do you think the next big technology leap will be?
It's a
damn good question.
Close one. I mean, the big technologies that are coming down the pipeline. Well, there's quantum computing. That's going to be quite a big game changer. Fusion power always seems to be about 40 years away. I'm not sure if that's changing anytime soon. But that would also be a game changer, because a lot of our climate problems are basically energy problems. So if we could get that, also thorium nuclear reactors. They'd be a good solution for a lot of our climate problems and energy problems, I think. thorium is an element near uranium, but the way thorium reactors work, you emit a positron at the thorium, it turns into protactinium, and the protactinium undergoes decay to a non-radioactive form of lead. So it produces no radioactive waste, and also it's not a self-perpetuating reaction. So if you turn the positrons off, if you turn the stream of positrons off, then the reaction stops because there's no production of positrons in
That sounds safer.
In that, yeah, it's a lot safer and a lot more better in terms of, yes, it's environmentally friendly. So the Chinese are working avidly at these things, and they're hoping to have them online by 2030. There are a couple of places in the US that are also looking at them as well. So yeah, for me, that's an important goal, is getting our energy problems under control.
That's really
I would
awesome.
also say room temperature superconductors would just be a titanic leap in technology, because then we could have we could have quantum computing available to the average citizen.
But not just that, we would have lossless, at room temperature, 25 degrees C, we would have lossless electrical transmission.
Nearly,
nearly, or a lot less loss than we have now, which would be absolutely fantastic.
Right. So, and I just broke my own rule. So, what a superconductor is basically a wire that has nearly, like, I'm talking about essentially no loss across its expanse. So if you put 1 millivolt or 1 millivolt on 1 volt on one end equals 1 volt on the other end, no matter how long the wire is. And you can do this, but you have to cool the conductor. They do this in laboratories to nearly 0 Kelvin. So if you could do this at room temperature, then our computing power nears infinity. And so this is called quantum computing, and they do this in laboratories with quantum computers that they use cryogenics to cool down to near 0 Kelvin. If we could figure out how to do this at room temperature, then all of us could have a quantum computer sitting in our lap.
Wow.
So just to help you a little bit, Schrodinger, the Kelvin temperature range, negative 273 degrees Kelvin is considered absolute zero, which is as cold as anything can get, because that's when all the electrons and everything orbiting the center of an atom stops.
That's when everything stops.
Right.
Yeah.
And there can be nothing colder than minus 273 degrees Kelvin.
Okay.
I think you slightly misspoke there, actually. It's 0 Kelvin or minus 273 degrees centigrade.
You're
zero,
right. You're right.
Zero Kelvin equals,
Yeah.
and it's 273.13 or something like that.
So
So
pay no attention to the rodent behind the curtain.
All of us, we're just
everybody's so accurating each other.
We're trying to out nerd each other.
Yeah.
Well, while we're out nerding
each
each other, PhD Tony, I'm sorry, but Serenity is still my favorite TV show.
Okay. Well, that's a good one. It's
Firefly was the
very
best.
good show. Yeah.
Firefly was the
I'm
best.
sorry, Firefly. Well,
Yeah. Firefly.
Yeah, Serenity was the movie.
yeah, Firefly is the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Facty has something sort of on that thing. How close are we to travel at light speed?
Nowhere near. No. I'll let the panelists answer, but that's my layperson's answer is no, we're not even close.
Okay. I don't know. I just ask questions. That's my job.
No, panelists, please.
Yeah.
Have at it.
Nowhere near.
It's an impossibility.
Is it impossible?
Totally
Yes,
impossible.
it is.
Oh.
Yeah.
So as you increase speed, you have to either decrease mass or increase energy. And to get to the speed of light, you either have to reach zero mass or infinity energy. And you can't do either one.
Mass to some other frame. So your velocity is always measured with respect to some other frame. So when you say, unless you're talking about the speed of light itself, which is the same in all frames, you've really got to explain which frame you are referring to.
Okay, you've lost me completely. Can you help me?
So imagine, you are currently at a position, right? So we're going to measure our velocity relative to your position. Okay. That's our origin. So when Clive Wells is talking about a frame of reference, he's basically talking about a coordinate system. So there's an origin, which is you. You're the origin, and there's a starting point. And one of the problems is, if I'm moving at the speed of light, I no longer know where you are, because I can't see you anymore. So to sort of to grotesquely oversimplify it, it's moving an object at the speed of moving an object with actual significant mass at the speed of light would require infinite amounts of energy, really, based on our understanding of relativity.
And it would have to be massless.
Yeah,
it would have to be massless. Yeah.
It would have to be massless, because mass. I think Schrödinger got it wrong, right? Mass increases as you go faster, doesn't decrease.
No. What I said was, if you're going to increase velocity, you have to increase mass. Or you have, you have to decrease mass to increase velocity. But if you are going to increase velocity, mass will increase. So that's what I'm. You would have to inject. You would have to inject energy to decrease the mass to increase the velocity. That's how convoluted it gets.
Yeah. So
I think it's actually a mistake to use relativistic mass. I think Einstein also agreed with this. Unfortunately, people who are using the theory of relativity in, say, a lab would have a lab frame and, the center of mass frame. And with only two frames, it was convenient to, with the equations, to lump in what's called a gamma factor in with the mass and say the mass increases. But the problem is that then your mass depends on the motion of your observer. And so it's no longer an intrinsic property of the particle, for instance, that you're looking at.
Right. Okay.
So we don't do that these days. And it's basically not a good way to look at things.
Okay. So my mistake. And I will point out again, for the benefit of the audience, I don't know a lot of theoretical physics. Whereas Clive is very much at home in theoretical physics. So I'm more than happy to be corrected by anyone in particular, but Clive anyone in general, but Clive in particular. I learn a lot from talking to him.
Yeah, we have a flat earther, I believe, in our comment section, just
Woohoo.
for fun. I think I'm not sure. Brandon M. I think
he's
might be.
complaining about the people being off camera.
I can go on camera. I don't give a fuck.
Well,
okay, and now I'm on camera. So now what? But is that the Brandon from the Flat Earth show?
that's Brandon. That would be Brandon Toy, who's on the show. Ranty was here a little while ago, but
I like him.
Yeah,
He
I
converted.
said no. I said about him when he was still a flat earther that I thought that there was hope for him, and what do you know?
yeah. It's a that was when I came into the debunking community. I thought that he was the most intellectually honest and the most likely to be salvageable. But then when I tried talking with him about seismic evidence, he was very dismissive and then refused to engage on the subject at all. And I was quite disappointed. He also seemed to take a few steps backward once seek truth, speak truth. Coming out and converted. I think that sort of gave Ranty cold feet for a little bit. But it's great to see that that he is a thoroughly honest and decent human being. So,
but he only wanted to talk about optics. Like that's why he wouldn't engage on anything else.
Maybe he didn't understand it.
Well, no, and that's fine if you if that's all you want to talk about is optics, then just. And he said, even in debates when he was still a flat earther, he was like, I only talk about optics. And when people would talk about, other aspects of physics, he was like, nope, that's not my jam. So at least he was consistent.
Well, he was consistent, but it is kind of like, the rest of physics says you cannot be right about what you're inferring from the optics. That kind of makes the optical arguments a bit of a waste of time. It's to me, it was just frustrating. Anyway, I have diverted the channel away from.
It's fine. I'm sure we probably got a new question by now.
Yeah.
How many? Yeah.
I'd like to ask a regular one that got asked to me. Irish Dublin Girl says, when will science come up with a more efficient laser than we have today?
I was going to ask that.
Oh, okay. She directed it at me. So.
Yeah, I know.
Ask it again because I didn't catch it.
When will science come up with a more efficient laser than we have today?
Lasers are pretty efficient.
Yeah.
Maybe you guys answer that because I what is inefficient about a laser?
I think that's the job of the technologists, not the scientists, to be honest.
Yeah.
She's probably talking about weapon systems.
Yeah, the problem with weapon systems is that actually transfers of kinetic energy are always going to be very efficient ways of destroying things. And lasers just aren't that efficient at destroying things. They turn out to require vastly more energy than the kinetic energy weapons. So sadly, weapons-grade lasers are fairly... They don't have many applications that you can't do. It's seldom more efficient to destroy something with a laser than it is to destroy it with a hammer or something else.
Right.
So sadly, weapons lasers aren't really on the horizon, I don't think.
I didn't realize that was the question, but now that you rephrase it like that, yeah, a chunk of metal is way better to kill a bad guy than energy.
She's also adding to it by saying the amount of power in compared to the amount of power out. That helps.
Yeah, but you got to send that power over a distance.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Clive could probably quantify that better than I can, but just sending energy over a distance without a chunk of metal being in the equation is probably not going to happen.
Yes,
Clive.
if that's the way you want to do it. But I think the question, was, as I understood it, was more not so much to do with laser weapons, but with just the efficiency of lasers in general. But I think we do pretty well in terms of being able to have high-powered lasers to cut metals, for instance. So they can actually be rather powerful. I don't know what sort the ratio of input to output power is, and I've never looked into that. Lasers use a particular property of light in terms of using the indistinguishability of photons of light gives you an extra amplification, and this is actually also due to Einstein in terms of its A and B coefficients, which lets you analyze the effect of or explain the effect of a laser and how that works. So it's all quite interesting stuff. But as far as the power of a laser, you're looking at the engineers, that kind of thing. Once the basic science has been worked out, scientists just tend to move on and look at other things and let the engineers exploit it.
Okay.
Dr. Bell can.
Yeah. Yes. I just want to pause everybody. Professor Bell is in the room, and so I'm sorry we. So what I want to do here is, Dr. Bell, give like a quick resume of your background history and what you do. And then I want to, like, I was chomping at the bit. I had a whole thing set aside for you to talk about, as you did in the video that I mirrored, when you talked about how certain people, rather than take advantage of the wealth of knowledge that they can just get from, just doing Google searches and like learning things. There's all this free education. They would rather wallow in ignorance. If you could maybe take 5 minutes and we'll just all shut up, Dr. Bell, and if you want to talk about that.
He's muted. Oh, there he is.
Okay, hello everybody.
Hi.
Okay, so I started my career as a analytical chemist in a lab that analyzed explosives. So that was the intro into science, and I got interested in the way that particles are affected by explosives. So in other words, how does for instance, explosions in silos interested me, and I had a chance to observe the effects of having done that. So really, I was interested in the way that particles move and that they behave. So from there, I sort of had science was sort of like a bit of a smorgasbord for me. So I got interested in geophysics and started doing some groundwater research, which involved doing logging bores with radioactive sources. So one of the ways that you can do that is that if you're sending a signal, if you've got a radioactive signal going into the substrate, then if it comes back quickly, then you can assume that the surface there is impermeable, and if it comes back much more slowly or comes back at all, then you can work out that it's permeable and therefore there's likely to be water there. So that's I was involved in that for a while. Then I got back into the lab and got more interested in particle physics. I visited LIGO and our own particle accelerator, and eventually that's ended up being my field. And then I got involved in India, and I got involved in the space industry over there. Got invited by somebody just out of the blue. So really, I've dabbled in a whole bunch of stuff, and right now I'm actually working in climate science. So I'm still back in looking at particle physics, and I've got some special things on the go. I'm looking at, for instance, removing colloids from liquids, which is sort of part of this pollution thing, and also looking at particles in smog and analyzing their behavior and seeing, as a result of that, how we can deal with pollution. So it's a varied thing. I don't know where I'll finish up, but at the moment I'm having a good time.
Dr. Bell, I don't. Your mic's a little bit crackly. I'm not sure if it's like maybe up against your shirt or something.
No, I'm talking through an iPad, and it's terrible. So, yeah, no.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I actually joined in to apologise for not being able to join you, but it's sort of Monday morning over here, and I've had that much on my plate and that many calls.
Yeah,
so that's the.
It's about to be Monday morning for me, and I'm going to be getting on an airplane in the morning and flying to New Hampshire.
Yeah.
But if you could maybe just take a couple of minutes and talk about, because that was sort of how you and I first begun to know each other, is when you made that video sort of out of frustration at flat earthers and science deniers about why they just refuse to take advantage of the wealth of information that's at their fingertips. Maybe if you could take 2 or 3 minutes to reiterate that, because I thought that was golden. It was like sort of this educated man just saying, why can't you people, instead of wallowing in ignorance, why can't you just
Google it.
Yeah, Google it, I guess, is the best way to say it. If you would want to take a couple minutes to talk about that.
Sure. I think out of sheer frustration that I decided to make that video, and I thought I'd give them a bit of a spanking, as it were, and said, or as we Aussies call it, the third degree, and that meant, listen, instead of squandering the opportunities that you're given, like you began by squandering your opportunity at school. And then if that's not enough, people have tried to help you along the way. People have shared their knowledge with you along the way. And what have you done? You've gone and squandered it again. You've deliberately chosen to do that. So I find that there's no excuse for that. But as time has progressed, because I mean that was probably a year ago or maybe longer, and then I've really come to understand more about what it is that these people want to do. And really, the way I see it, they want to belong to this group, if you like, and the mantra of this group is pretty much anti-science, even though they'll argue with that point. And it doesn't actually matter about evidence, knowledge. The people have, all those giants who've come before us, I'll use the cliche, on whose shoulders we stand. All of that doesn't actually matter. It only matters that they can justify to themselves that it's worthwhile belonging to this group. So that's where I see that coming from. So I personally, I think debunking is a waste of time. If it's a bit of fun, but it does help others. So the fact that you've got your eminent people right there, don't include me, right there on this panel, talking to people out there is basically opening the gates for science and saying, ask some questions, learn some stuff together. And really, that's what it should be. But I'll add one more thing. I think that a lot of this is our fault. As scientists, I think it's our fault. We tend to have this elitism about us, and I think we ought to be much more open to the public. What do you think, Tony?
Well,
I'm inclined.
Hold on, Tony. Sorry. Just let me pause you for a second because this is golden. Somebody in the chat said Mitchell S said you're full of shit, Phil, and he spelled "you're" wrong.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
So
Nice.
go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, fair enough. Look,
Tony.
Yeah. Well, I think
ahead,
you know
you going to say something?
Yeah, I think that we don't take care to communicate the subtleties of science or the complexities of science to the general public, and we kind of think that the general public don't need to know. But because we aren't doing that, and journal articles are hidden behind paywalls and they're written in very obscure ways. It's easy for mendacious people to misrepresent the science, and my concern is not necessarily the people who have squandered their education, though that is a huge part of it, but there is an industry around lying in a lot of these anti-science movements. A lot of these people are, deliberately misleading people, and the people they're misleading are grateful for being misled. So in terms of young Earth creationists, young Earth creationists, for instance, they have these tame PhDs who are producing absolute bullshit that would never make it past peer review in stuff like the Creation Science Quarterly or whatever, and the only purpose for that, because it isn't convincing scientists of anything, it isn't convincing the general public of anything, the people they're lying to are young Earth creationists. They are and the young Earth creationists want to be lied to. They want to be misled. So there is this demand and supply circuit going on where people are producing bullshit, just raw, unadulterated crap, dressing it up. I've got a PhD and I know some big words, and feeding it to people who are very keen to have it. I don't. To me, it's very upsetting to see, people who should know better doing that.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. But and as I said before, if we were, if science became more something that was more out there in terms of, imagine if science was as out there as music is.
Yeah,
so that
exactly.
It became everyday thing for everybody, and so that people could tap into it, from a basic level to a higher level, however much they want to, rather than, like you said, if you want, like I can't actually divulge stuff that I do. For instance, the work that I'm doing some really exciting work with colloids at the moment. I can't tell you about it because I'm getting paid. People are paying for this, and
Yes.
it's proprietary work, so I can't actually divulge what I'm doing about this because I sign CDAs and stuff like that, NDAs.
Yeah.
So that happens a lot in science. So there's a lot of stuff. New polymers, for instance, come on the market. You wouldn't know how they were made. You'll never get to know the ingredients. you'll never get to know the process because these are kept secret for commercial reasons. So there's so much science being done that little is known about it. But I think the general stuff, we should talk about it. We should
Right. Then that's
make
what I was going to.
science more.
That's what I was going to say, Dr. Bell. These people are still without excuse because at the level that myself and Conspiracy Cats and Team Skeptic and FTFE and, all of our friends that are debunkers of, anti-science and anti-vaxxers and anti-flat earthers and all that, everything that I know about science is public knowledge. I went to school and I got a bachelor's degree and a master's degree and all that, but everything that I know is easily available. So they're still without excuse. The fact that they don't know the things that that because you signed an NDA, and the things that they don't know because I signed an NDA when I was in the military. That's way beyond, them saying, "Oh, the Earth is flat," because I don't understand.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, the fact that we're even saying something as stupid as the Earth could be flat, I don't know. Like my wife says all the time, why are you? You might as well go and talk and shout at cows and argue with the cows.
Right. Yeah. The wisdom of our spouses. Yes.
Somebody's saying that somebody in the chat could debunk something that was here. Yeah.
Who said they could debunk what from who?
They're accusing something of being deleted, that somebody in the chat could debunk one of the panel members.
Well, they're welcome.
I was interested to find out what that possibly be.
They are welcome to step up to the plate.
Yeah. There's been
I welcome
somebody has been talking about the ionosphere and the reflection of radio waves and that sort of thing. I don't know if it's that guy.
I don't know anybody that's being deleted.
No, we just again for my moderators, we don't delete.
No, I modded a couple people, but I didn't throw anybody out or anything.
And Mitchell S again in the chat said, "You know nothing," and he spelled "no" wrong.
Oh God!
Like if you're gonna bash us, at least spell the words right.
That's funny.
Wow.
Talk about squandering an education.
Right. Yeah. I love that in Dr. Bell's video that I mirrored. The term "you squandered your education," like that is the perfect phrasing for you just didn't even take advantage of this thing that was laid in your lap on this silver platter, and you were just like, nope, don't even want it.
Yeah. Do we want to go on to another question?
I think what makes that even worse is the fact that around the world, people would just kill to have that kind of opportunity, and yet they don't get it, and yet and that those of us in the West who are given this practically free,
right,
just squander it. Yeah.
And that's what I've said, Dr. Bell, because I spent 22 years in the military, and I traveled all over the world, and I've seen the most abject poverty, and just people that they have nothing, they have no hope for anything. And then I come back to the United States, and probably the same for you in Australia and people in Europe, and you just see these people that are they have this overabundance of wealth and opportunity, and they just don't take advantage of it. It makes me angry when people, and I don't know what y'all call it in Europe or in Australia, but in the US we call it first world problems. When you see somebody just, they're complaining because, oh, my latte is cold. Well, fuck you, your latte is cold. You know, there's somebody in Africa that is starving to death and your latte is cold. It makes me absolutely angry. And I felt that anger in your video, and that's why I was so eager to mirror it.
My house is too big for one Wi-Fi router. Wah. Yeah.
Why are there more hot dogs in a pack than there are hot dog buns?
Right. First world problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
right.
so since doing that, there was one of the debunkers warned me about this right at the beginning. George, I guess you guys, all of you know who George is.
No, George Notching.
Yeah, nice guy.
He warned me. He said, Phil, he said, eventually you'll see the funny side of this, and that's all it is. In other words, don't take any of this seriously at all. And in the end, I think George was right. It's just silly. It's silly beyond words, and silly to the point where it's no longer debating or anything. It's just a joke. I think of all the flat Earth debunkers who got this right, I reckon it's Craig from Fight the Flat Earth. It's just a joke. That's all.
Well, if you, I don't know if you've noticed, we haven't been in that much communication recently. I've changed my my channel up. I don't even really deal with Flat Earth anymore. I do First Amendment auditors and sovereign citizens, but I just wanted to have a, I have, 3 or 4 scientists in my chat, and I was like, well, let's have a science talk. And that's what tonight's about. But I really don't deal with it. They've just become such a joke that they're irrelevant at this point. And so
and they have no new arguments, really.
Oh God, no, nothing is new with those guys.
No.
But I wanted to take this opportunity to, I've got some friends that are scientists, and I've got a whole bunch of
show off.
No, I did not want to show off.
You did, and you wanted a fangirl, really? Because I mean, come on.
The lady that you're hearing from is my producer, and she's my worst critic. And I'm not showing off. I wanted to let my subscribers ask questions to scientists. And on that note, what's the next question, Cliff?
All right.
I'll take a fangirl.
Julie the Bookie Worm for $5 asks, are there different dimensions, and would it be possible to go between dimensions?
Nice one.
Yes, I love that question.
Yeah, Clive might be the person to
I think Clive, yes.
Or Dr. Bell, yeah.
Yes.
The way people understand dimensions is usually wrong. Certainly, people have some sort of a sci-fi understanding of dimensions. I mean, what we mean by dimension is something like width, height, and breadth. So something can exist in 2 dimensions if it has those, if you can locate it in those 3 coordinates. So another dimension, let's leave time out of it for the moment, because we want to talk about extra dimensions, usually they're space-like. So you'd have another dimension which is corresponding to a direction orthogonal to those 3 directions, as at right angles to those 3 dimensions, which you already know about. Very often we can postulate that this, say, an extra dimension is compactified, so which means that it's curled up into a very small circle. For instance, if there's one extra dimension, and then you wouldn't necessarily be able to observe it. You just So you'd have an extra dimension there, but you wouldn't actually. You'd only be able to see the 3 dimensions of length, breadth, and width, for instance. So if you do that with, say, general relativity, and you put the 5th dimension in, you end up with a theory called Kaluza-Klein theory. Now, the great thing about that theory is that general relativity in 5 dimensions, if you were to look at it as a 4-dimensional theory, it gives you general relativity in 4 dimensions, plus electromagnetism for free. And there's also an extra scalar field called the dilaton. That's sort of the prototype that we use for the idea of an extra dimension. Now, if you go into string theory, you don't just have one extra dimension. Depending on the where you actually construct the theory, you can actually have a rather large a large number of dimensions. So typically you get 6 extra dimensions, and you have to curl them up into a very small generalization of a circle. So it turns out to be something called a Calabi-Yau manifold, and this gives us extra structure for the quantum theory that we develop on that theory. So it's entirely possible that the universe could consist of 10 dimensions. It could be string theory, or actually now we would tend to call it M theory and have an extra dimension on top of that, which gives you 11 dimensions. These sort of things are entirely possible, and certainly you cannot rule them out because there's no observational evidence against them. So,
Okay.
that's not the same thing as going into the sci-fi dimensions and living in different dimensions. That's just that's got nothing to do with science.
I want to let Professor Bell have a crack at that, but just every time I've ever tried to wrap my brain around string theory, I've failed. So, but yeah, let Professor Bell have a crack at it.
Okay. All right. So this is just a thought experiment. This is just all right. So there's no evidence for this, but if the question is, how do you think it might be possible? If we think about our current situation, all the things that we see around us, through the universe, if we think about that as being at a particular wavelength, and then think about a parallel universe being out of sync with this universe that we have. So it exists, but exists out of sync with us, so that there's no way for us to be able to communicate with it. Well, not that we know of. So, is it possible? Mathematically, it's possible. Is it possible in practically? I don't know, but it's a fun idea to think about the universe as being there but out of sync. So, if you like, in the same spot that I'm standing on at the moment, something else is happening in this same space but out of sync with me, and therefore another universe is happening at the same time. So,
very
good.
good.
Any of that make sense?
Yeah, as much as any of this can. Like once we get into the quantum realm, like honestly, maybe to you guys it makes sense, but to me it's just whether or not I could say it's reasonable or unreasonable is the best that I can possibly do.
Actually, mathematically, it turns out to be quite easy to do.
Right. I could say that.
Coordinates, you just write with 26 or 10 coordinates. So the mathematics is quite easy. But if you ever try and visualize these things, don't. Because our brains are not wired to visualize in more than 3 spatial dimensions which we live in. I mean, we're just evolved that way.
And
you have to go to mathematics.
right, that's the best that I can do when we get into some of these realms. Is like, can I even contemplate it? And sometimes it reaches my extremities to where I just can't. That doesn't mean that it's not real or that it doesn't exist. It just reaches the extremes of what I can possibly fathom. But I think we haven't heard from Rodent in a bit. So if you want to weigh in.
Oh, I just wanted to say that trying to understand extra dimensions is like trying to understand the meaning of Karen's demanding a manager. It's something that you can, on one level, you can figure that out, what is actually going on. But on another level, like like Clive was saying, that your brain is just not wired for it, and you just tune it out.
Right.
But, mathematically, you could probably sit there and figure out that, yeah, Karen equals bullshit. But yeah, while you're sitting there, waiting to get your, to pay for your bag of chips at the store, and the Karen is yelling, your brain is just bleeding. So
like dimensions aren't like in the movies where there's like an alternate reality over there.
No, nothing like that.
And
no,
like a
no,
different
not at
version
all.
of me over there. Something like that. Yeah.
No, it's just like
No.
moving forward or back or left
Mhm.
or right or up and down. Those are dimensions.
It's just a different coordinate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just making
Yeah.
it plain that it's not like in
Yeah,
some sci-fi movies.
It's not a parallel. It's a different XYZ and I guess T axis. Without going into a long explanation, is that sort of kind of what we're talking about? XYZ in time axis.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way there could be like alternate realities? Is that a thing even?
Are you dragging us down a rabbit hole?
Okay, sorry. I take that back. No question was asked. Forget
No, it's an interesting
the last
question.
couple seconds.
Really?
Okay.
The point is that you have a universe and you have a quantum theory of the universe.
Mm-hmm.
Any particular reality that we live in could actually be one of a number of different possibilities, and the universe exists in a quantum superposition of those states.
That's what I was thinking. Okay, well, not in your
So-
terms, but I was. Yeah, okay.
So yes, they could exist, or that they do exist, except it's a matter of what we can actually, in a sense, we are looking at it from within that system. So actually, we say that everything in our history is already fixed, and the stuff we don't know about is in a mixture which we have to deal with as unknown. And once we look at that, and we look at the evolution of the universe from that point of view, we have a quantum theory. The real way to deal with this is to deal with density matrices, and rather than quantums, what are known as pure states of quantum systems. So they can exist. Some people like to look at this in terms of the many worlds hypothesis, but I've never much liked the visualization which goes along with that. The original paper described it as the relative state formalism of quantum mechanics, which is a much better way of looking at it. The point is that quantum theory has an infinite dimensional space in which all the possibilities exist. This is called Hilbert space. And Hilbert space, being infinite dimensional, is very big, which means that there are an awful lot of possibilities and an awful lot of quantum superpositions that can exist. And yeah, if you look at one way, you can say it's alternative universes. If you look
Yeah.
another way, it's just ordinary rules of quantum mechanics apply to the universe as a whole.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
Anyway,
actually,
get pretty complicated.
I'm just coming at it from like a comic book point of view. It's like that's where I learned about them. But
Right.
it was
Well,
fascinating.
superposition is
Look,
sort of. Go ahead.
I'm sorry
What is
to
it?
interrupt everybody, but look, thanks for having me. I do have to press on with the
Oh.
day, so sorry that I couldn't be on any longer. But it's been fun this little bit that it hasn't. But I'm certainly able to listen to you. So please carry on. It's been fun.
Yes, sir.
Thank
We'll press
Bye,
on
Phil.
for probably another 30, 40 minutes.
Take care, Phil.
Yeah.
Thank
All right.
you.
Okay. Thank you
Bye.
very much for having me.
Take
Okay,
care, Phil.
bye-bye.
Thank you very much for having me on.
Thank you.
No, Dr. Bell is a great dude. Like the video that I mirrored of him just giving a spanking to science deniers.
Yeah, that was fun to watch.
Oh
Yeah.
my god. It
Very
was
fun.
like your granddad just giving a whooping to your annoying cousins. It was so great. But
What?
But-
We have a request.
okay, but first I
Go
wanted to get back to actually my brain lost it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The
Request for sea
interdimensional-
shanties?
No, there
No,
will be
that's
no
not here.
sea shanties tonight. Sorry.
Somebody in the chat really needs to get some freaking respect in their head.
Who are we talking about? Who's in the chat?
The guy who thinks he knows what he's talking about. Tony's taking care of him.
So,
But
well,
he needs to learn
I mean,
some respect.
yeah, I would suggest that Phil Bell works on an actual space program.
Yeah, he actually
with
does.
India.
Yes.
So I would suggest that perhaps you and I understand, like, everybody has their own way of speaking. I say a lot. I'm very hesitant because I'm trying to be as accurate as I can. And I didn't realize how often I said it before I started appearing on YouTube. And so people have a great deal of problem with the way I present stuff. I don't come across as convincing. Other people are cringing while I speak and want me to finish. And I tend to speak too long. But I think that those are all superficial elements, and we need to actually look at people's accomplishments and what they're saying. I don't know everything, and Phil is one of those people who I think I could learn a lot from, because he does know a lot that I've never come across. Clive similarly, and it sounds like Rodent knows a lot that I don't know about either. And there are people in the chat as well, and I'm sure that what's his face speak is it I can't find his name now. But
speak your mind or something stupid.
Speak your mind, yeah. I mean, I'm sure you're a very qualified shortwave radio operator, and you know a lot about that. But that's different from actually, that's what I would regard as technological rather than scientific understanding. So anyway,
Now, Tony, and it's funny because I joked at the beginning of this broadcast about you saying and I say all the time, especially
a lot of people
when
do.
I'm speaking, because for the same reason that you do, I want to be precise. I want to not fuck it up, and I stutter. And I slow down and I think, what are the precise words that I want to say, so that I don't just blurt something out and then have to retract it. And I think that's probably the same reason that you do it. And absolutely sure that that's why you do the same thing. And there's nothing wrong with being precise with your speech. So, actually,
Yeah.
all these people that have a problem with it, start your own YouTube channel. And then you do a live stream. And then you say some stuff that's going to be memorialized out there for the entirety of history. And then you be responsible for the implications of the thing that you said. But don't say
I'm sorry, but
So-
Clive
so-
just said something very funny.
Clive has a mischievous side to him.
Oh yeah, I love it, and I'm loving it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So Schrödinger, the way I was always taught about usually intelligent people standing there and saying is a placeholder while you, as you say, get your thoughts together so you can say the precise thing.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
saying
that's what it is.
keeps your listener engaged, because if you stop speaking in our discourse, if there is if there is a long pause, people usually understand that, oh, you stopped. Now it's time for me to start speaking.
Right.
And so that's why the is there, in order to keep your listener engaged.
But when you talk to people who are in public speaking, they tell you that's the opposite of what it does.
But public speaking, it's a little different, because public speaking, there is a dynamic between and an understanding between the speaker and the audience. So if somebody is standing up and speaking at a podium, or standing on a stage, or they have stood up in class and they are talking, we are taught to give them the respect to continue talking until they sit down or stop. But oftentimes people just say, oh, you stop talking, it's now my turn to yell.
Right.
So,
and oftentimes I'm in a debate with another person, and so is Tony. Like we often debate. So the thing that we're trying to do is convey a certain sentiment to the other person, but we're trying to be precise, because we know that they're going to try to pick up on any little discrepancy. So we're thinking as we're speaking and saying all of the that we're doing is like it's like trying to come up
a placeholder.
Yeah, it's like coming up with a
Well,
I'm doing ums right now.
I'm putting some ums in.
I was going to say, well, I was going to say it's trying to come up with a firing solution in military parlance. And you're trying to come up with the best firing solution that isn't going to miss the target. And that's what we're doing when we're saying it's all those pauses while we're trying to do those mathematics.
I think basically is a space filler, and it all depends how comfortable you are with silence. And I know I don't tend to say as much as a lot of people, and I'm not sure why that is. It's just it's something I'm quite thankful for. But I said Earth. That's another space filler.
Now, would you want your
it depends if you're happy with silence?
If you're at your doctor's office, would you rather have the guy that says, "Oh, you need this medicine," or the guy that says, for like a couple times, and then says, "You need this one instead," but he's the guy with the right one? or which one do you want?
I suppose there you're really talking. The sounds like indecisiveness, doesn't it?
Right, but which
Yeah.
one do you which one do you want in the end? The guy with the right medicine or the one with the wrong medicine?
I
But you
wouldn't
wouldn't
try.
know.
I wouldn't know from that. I would think that is a speech pattern.
No. What I mean is, if you know after the fact, the one that says, "Here's what you need," or the guy that says 5 times and says,
But gets
"Here's
it
the one you
right.
need." Right. Which one do you want after the fact? If you know.
Yeah. I don't want to
All
die.
right. You want to go on to some more
You want
supers?
someone who sounds certain, don't you?
Yeah.
Because
Super chat.
Super chat.
All right. So Joker for $4.99 says, "Can you explain to my 9-year-old Zoe D that healing crystals are a scam? She wants me to buy them."
Oh,
Sorry,
honey.
you crackled out there. Healing what?
Crystals
Healing
are a
crystal.
scam.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, you can have positive thoughts as a result of a crystal, but that's all it's going to do for you, which is the same as pretty much any. And you may as well go and pick a rock out of the garden and say that's your magic crystal. Crystals cannot. Crystals are rocks. They're minerals. There's all this talk about vibrations, and energies and all of this sort of stuff. It's meaningless. There's no physical reality to those claims. A crystal is a crystal. A crystalline rock can be pretty,
Yeah.
but it is no more effective at healing what's inside you than a DVD case.
Can
right?
I?
You may or a pair of tweezers or your remote control. Just any physical object will have the same impact on what's inside you.
I think the point is what we mean by crystal is just an arrangement of atoms which is very regular.
Mm-hmm.
It has a particular regularity with its arrangement of atoms. But there's no reason why that should have any influence on human well-being.
I used to go to Salem a lot, and they're into that with witchcraft and Wicca. But I just saw something in online for a face mask that's made out of rose quartz and eye mask, and women were saying how great it was. They put it in the refrigerator, and it did so much because the stones got cool, and putting something cool under your eyes will help you with puffiness. It's not the actual crystal that's doing anything because it can't. It's just like they said, a rock.
Well, didn't they used to say that with cucumber slices?
Yeah,
Yeah.
anything that's cool and soothing is going to do that. It's just that. We have chemicals now that can,
Okay,
moisturizers.
You could
Just ice
find a couple,
cubes.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, or a couple of the like river rocks that are all
Smooth, yeah.
smoothed. Put those in the refrigerator for a while, and then if your eyes hurt, just plop those on your eyes. You're going to be fine.
But they're not pretty.
Right. We've been
How do you know?
waiting.
Your eyes are closed.
Well, I'm just saying, like, amethyst is supposed to do this, and rose quartz is that. No.
But your eyes are closed.
Yeah.
So your
We've
significant
been-
other puts those on, and you say, "Oh, you're so beautiful with those on." There you go.
We've been way neglecting super chats.
Hey, I do have a quick question. Are there any other just regular questions that have shown up? Because I know we've been paying attention to super chats.
I've been asking the
And-
regular ones.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, we've been sprinkling those in.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
All right. So,
The one thing that does annoy me is the misappropriation of scientific terms by roof merchants.
Oh my
Things
God,
like
yes.
frequency, crystal, what else? Energy, quantum. Yes. I mean, that is just something which annoys me greatly.
We could go on for an hour about this, but we just can't
So
right
many
now.
of them
I'm
are
sorry.
charlatans and out to get people's money.
Let's
Right.
talk science.
All right, next question.
Eva Roberts for $5 says, "Okay, now this is the last question. I apologize. Would plants be able to grow on other planets?"
Ooh, like
Why
in The
not?
Martian, yeah.
So
Go ahead.
I
Well,
was going to say, yeah,
there's-
why not?
Well, plants have evolved to grow on this planet under the conditions of this planet. To just transport a plant to another planet, almost certainly it would not be at all adapted to survive.
So
So
if it were on the,
unless you're
if it-
talking about putting it in a specially made pod with
yeah, that's what I meant.
conditions to replicate those conditions on Earth, then
Yeah,
sure. But that really makes a little difference whether it's on another planet or not in this case.
Oh yeah, if you were just like kick it out of the moon and be like, yeah, here you go, bro.
Bite me.
Like, of course it
Yeah.
wouldn't.
Yeah. I based my assumption on the fact that you've got oxygen, nitrogen, you're feeding it pretty much everything that a normal plant in your garden would get, albeit you're on another planet.
Cool.
Wait, Tony want to say something, I believe. No?
no.
Oh, I thought. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Inflatable KMH, new member. Welcome to Debunkers.
Yay.
Elder Grown for $5 asks, "What about the Alcubierre drive?"
Got
What the
no
heck
idea
is
what
that?
that is. Like,
Clive, off you go.
yeah.
Can you explain what it is first?
Say a what?
It's a
So,
suggestion for a warp drive.
Clive,
Yes.
you're really muffled, hon.
So, okay.
There you
can you
go.
hear me better now?
Yeah, much better.
Okay, I'm only about 1 inch from the microphone. Okay. So this is a solution to general relativity with certain energy properties which seem to be unphysical. The suggestion is that you can actually travel faster than the speed of light. But actually, it doesn't work properly because you would have to have, in a sense, a bubble already traveling faster than the speed of light for all time in the past before you can actually use this. There was actually a suggestion or a modification of this which came out a few months ago, I think. I looked at the paper, and the way they constructed their solution meant that it wasn't necessarily free from problems of what we call closed time-like curves, which I mentioned earlier. And therefore, it may not be possible in terms of constructing a quantum field theory in that space-time. If you can't do that, then it's not going to be proper physics. So the Albuquerque warp drive is a very simplified solution. Well, it's a solution to general relativity, but a lot of the solutions to general relativity are unphysical, and this is one of them.
Wow. Okay. So
Yeah, Cliff.
I knew that people were going to be asking hard questions, but that was
Hard.
at the that I didn't even know where to begin. So
Well, they didn't ask you.
Yeah.
I know they didn't ask me, but I thought I would at least understand the question.
So
Well, there you go.
the basic principle that the Alcubierre drive works is that in a technical sense, you're not moving the craft, you're kind of moving the space around the craft.
That makes
in
sense.
some sense. And so the craft itself is not violating relativity, but so this is and this is why they're called warp drives, because they're kind of warping space-time, right?
Okay.
Space-time.
But
Okay.
yeah, so as Clive, and these are highly mathematical things, but as Clive says, there are not only, even if they weren't physically inconsistent, they would require absolutely massive amounts of energy to realize, right? Truly staggering amounts of energy. So they're just not a real thing, as much as they like.
Are you talking about like taking time and folding it like a piece of paper and putting holes in it and going through one hole?
Like a burrito, I guess.
Kind of. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's the analogy that was used in Event Horizon, for instance.
Yeah.
But it's a bit different. That is actually punching. Yeah, that's actually punching through. And our Cubia drive isn't sort of violating the integrity of space-time, but it is sort of bunching it up a little bit.
Oh, okay.
And
thank you.
that's why we're here tonight, is to ask like these people these questions that you've always thought about. I didn't realize they were going to be so deep. I thought it was going to be like at night it gets cold.
You're getting us off track.
So
don't tell me what I'm doing. This is my channel.
I'm trying to help keep us on the super chat.
So Tony, if I could rephrase this for somewhat of the common man, it's kind of like asking your mother-in-law to get up out of the comforter and go clean the dishes. So it takes such a massive amounts of energy that it's almost undoable.
Oh my God, you're so weird. You're so weird.
No, I like where you're going there. I like where your mind is.
Thank you.
My mind, however, is sufficiently focused on my survival that I am not going to engage
Oh
with
my
that
God. I need more coffee for this.
Next super chat, I guess.
All right. Doug Donahue asks for $5. What would really happen if you were to go into the vacuum of space? Insta-freeze or explode due to the pressure difference?
Explode?
No, you won't explode.
Well, you would expand.
So, but there will be some pressure effects, but they'll tend to be small. So a lot of the smaller blood vessels will rupture. So, your larger blood vessels are certainly robust enough to take the transition in pressure. Heat loss will tend to be reasonably slow. There's not a lot to transmit your energy to. So I don't think that it would be insta-freeze. Maybe I'm wrong there, but I think, even in a hard vacuum, you've got, it's going to be asphyxiation. It's going to be lack of oxygen that's going to kill you. I may be wrong there, but
no, that's what I've always.
Well, what are your lungs? So, for scuba divers that come to the surface too quickly, if you didn't exhale as you went from the surface of the Earth to space, if you didn't exhale, wouldn't your lungs explode?
No, they wouldn't explode. They would rupture. You damage your lungs.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. The rupture.
Yeah.
So
the 1 atmosphere of pressure is not all that great.
I understand that.
Different. So you could look at 1 atmosphere of pressure where the zero pressure is on the outside, or you could look at, say, the same difference in pressure where 2 atmospheres of pressure is on the outside. And I don't know if you go diving how far down that is, but it's probably not very far. So our bodies can actually survive that pressure difference. Although, of course, the pressure difference would be in the opposite direction. So I think actually it's not quite as bad as people may think. And I think there have been cases where people have been exposed to low pressure systems and have actually survived. And of
I
course, the
know,
hitchhiker's
yes.
We
guide.
would have to run the
Galaxy tells
numbers on
exactly
it, I
that.
guess. Like being
No.
you know, intellectually honest, I guess we'd have to run the numbers on it.
If I can interject, the first Soviet astronaut to do a spacewalk, his spacesuit puffed up so much that he could not get back into his spacecraft in order to get back in. And so what he had to do was he had to depressurize his spacesuit so much so that in order to get back into the like plastic tunnel that they had, which was an airlock, and it took him like 20 or 30 seconds to get through there, and he almost died.
Yeah.
He ended up with lots of small hemorrhaging and things, but he survived. So
Yeah. So you are going to. There is going to be damage. Some of your blood vessels, in and around the eyes, and in particular, some of your skin, some of your superficial blood vessels, some of the one, capillaries in your lungs may be damaged as well. So but in general, that won't kill you, right?
right.
It's not going to be enough to traumatize you to death. So you're probably going to, and the loss of heat is not going to be fast enough to insta-freeze you the way that is depicted in many movies, etc. It's more asphyxiation. It's just anoxia. You're going to run out of oxygen. Your brain's going to shut down. That's what's going to kill you.
I have. Sorry.
No, go on.
Ahead.
I have an additional thing, like, because they said, what would happen if? What about from I'm Right, You're Wrong? The center of a black hole. What would happen if you fell into it? I heard that you go back and forth for eternity. But
I think Neil deGrasse Tyson's been over that so many times that.
So eventually the gravity gradient will get large enough towards the edge that basically your molecular integrity will be taken apart. Right, you will just be disassembled.
Oh my God! Oh, okay.
Because
disassemble.
Because basically, the front of your body is being pulled faster than the back of your body.
Oh my God.
As you get closer, as you get closer and closer. So you will once you get close enough to the black hole, you'll just be ripped apart.
I think
oh my God.
Spaghettify is the word that Dr. Tyson used.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Spaghettification is a general term.
I did not expect it to be that violent.
Of course,
I don't
if you
know
experience a very large black hole, then you wouldn't necessarily, as you pass the event horizon, you wouldn't notice anything special in particular.
Right.
The only thing is that you can never get any. Very big black holes are actually, well, I wouldn't call them safe, but actually you are not actually going to experience anything unusual as you cross the event horizon.
So what happens?
Because and correct me if I'm wrong, smart people who are here with me as a dumb guy, time would become zero. Am I correct?
Well,
not really.
time would become zero for people outside the black hole.
Oh shit! But not for me. Oh,
but you're not outside the black hole, and so yeah.
Clive was about to tell us what was going to happen in the black hole.
Sorry, Clive.
No, not you, not you, Tony. To Schrodinger, because Schrodinger did this to him.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Tell me what.
No, I did that to Tony, and I'm sorry, Tony. I didn't mean to do that.
Okay, if you are actually watching someone fall into a black hole from a large distance away, you would actually see the person or the spaceship it would approach the event horizon and then would seem to slow down and stop and never cross the horizon. However, at the same time, you get redshift happening. And so actually, in the early days, the Russians in particular used to call black holes frozen stars because the boundary of the star, which was collapsed in the black hole, would also seem to freeze. But actually, because of the redshift which would happen, it would very quickly dim to blackness. So a black hole, in that sense, is a better term for it. So from a point of view of someone looking at someone falling into a black hole, they will actually see the person freeze if it weren't for this effect of the infinite redshift. From the point of view of the person falling in themselves, they would see nothing special. The only problem they would have is that they would never be able to get out again into the exterior region beyond the black hole, and they will inevitably hit the singularity.
Yeah, so I just realized something that I knew but didn't actually realize. So for me, experiencing falling into the black hole, I would experience time, but for somebody outside the black hole, they would not experience me falling into the black hole.
That's right. They would in a sense see you freeze on the horizon,
right,
as you've shown, except for this redshift thing, which actually means actually almost instantaneously it will go back.
It's funny because it's one of those things that I knew, but I never put it together until you said it.
Yeah.
Right.
Susskind did some work on this, right? He and Hawking had a famous dialogue in the literature about what was going on with this.
Well, there you're talking about the information paradox.
Yeah.
Information would be preserved in for matter falling into a black hole. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we let's go to the next question so we don't lose the audience, because the information paradox is a bit dense.
Okay.
You're dense. Don't call me dense. Would you call me? No, okay. Good.
Throw the dwarf for the House of Torg for Australian $5. Says, how would you rewrite the laws of robots so we'd be safe from Skynet?
Wow. The laws of the robotics? Okay.
Yeah, that's a programming problem. I'd pay somebody
Isn't that
to.
the Isaac Asimov thing?
Yes, that's the Isaac Asimov thing.
Yeah.
Isaac Asimov versus Terminator.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
That sci-fi, I'm not interested. Other than Star Wars.
Yeah, there we go. All right.
Is sci-fi like just annoying to you guys, like, because you're so well versed?
Not really,
in
because I
science?
don't watch it. I don't watch it, so I don't.
That's what I mean.
care.
Like, you don't watch it at all, right?
I try to watch it as much as I can, but
No.
Yeah, I have to say, I watched The Expanse. I watched, Firefly, Gravity. There's a bunch of, if you think of, Solo, a Star Wars story, for instance, is a perfectly good space western. It's basically a western film with science fiction elements. Okay, that can be entertaining. Why not? Just don't think too hard about it. But that's true of pretty much all films, right?
So as long as your suspension of disbelief kicks in, you're fine.
Yeah.
Right. Miss
If
Mandy,
it's a good story, then I suppose it doesn't matter if it's sci-fi or not.
Okay.
Miss Mandy, what's your question? That apparently we missed your question, but you're a loyal subscriber.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
What is it tech-wise that makes Bluetooth work?
Oh, it's just electromagnetism. It's nothing special.
Frequency transmission.
Yeah, so it's just sort of a slightly different frequency range from, we tend to think about radios in our cars and, and that sort of thing. And the wavelengths of those are quite different from Bluetooth. And the thing about Bluetooth, I think it's much higher frequency, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's high frequency, low power.
Yeah, and so it just it's just a reason. Now that isn't very efficient over long distances, okay, and that's the or through obstructions, right? So those are problems with Bluetooth, but in the applications that we use this tech for, headphones and and remote controls and that sort of stuff. It's not a problem because you're right near your machine. You're just not tethered to it anymore. So actually, that's ideal. But there is operating a Bluetooth camera, for instance, requires a lot of bandwidth in order to transmit all of the data that it's going, and that cuts back on the efficiency. But it turns out that there is a niche where Bluetooth is actually quite effective.
So here's the thing. If you got really high frequency, you require really low power to transmit. If you got really low frequency, you need really high power. So Bluetooth exists in that range of really high frequency. So you can use really low power with these super tiny batteries in your headphones that are sending and receiving frequencies. And that's how that works. Now, on submarines, when they want to transmit frequencies through water, like ELF transmissions, it takes a ton of power to send that frequency through the water, to another submarine or to some sort of receiver. So that's the transverse relationship. High frequency, low power, low frequency, high power.
Yeah.
Jericho.
Okay. Scott Billman for $5 says, what do the scientists think about the slogan, trust the science? I'm thinking of Popper and E. Percy Muave. Or Muave.
Okay.
DM.
This is getting into... Go ahead, sorry.
Well, yeah, this is, you should trust the science depending on how well established that science is. So there are a lot of, the glacial isostatic adjustment, for instance, there are a lot of open questions because we don't have enough information. We don't have enough observations about what's going on to get accurate answers. So there's a lot of uncertainty. So, that's not a very reliable science. It can answer some questions very well, but there's still a lot of fuzziness about it. But science like the gravity that we use to gravitational acceleration to predict the motions of the planets or the tides or that sort of thing, that's very well established science, and you should trust that science. So the degree of confidence you can have in a scientific result is basically proportional to how well established it is. If it's not that well established, be a little bit tentative about it. If it's very well established science, rely on it very heavily.
Very good. Yeah, I think they were talking about maybe a Karl Popper. That gets into the philosophy of science.
Yeah.
Yeah, I must say I've never heard that phrase, so maybe that's a regional thing. Certainly, as far as Popper, I think most scientists are actually rather like Popper's characterization of science. Obviously, there are criticisms of it. I think Thomas Kuhn, in particular, was critical. So the idea of Popper was a scientific theory is one that is refutable. So that has been developed. I think Lakatosh also at the LSE suggested how because Kuhn's criticism of Popper's work was because it was sort of an idealization and not necessarily how scientists act in practice. Lakatos introduced the idea of a research project and an outer core, where outer core beliefs of the propositions of the theory could be discarded, but the fundamentals could still be retained, as just a way to formalize exactly how scientists go about their business. And this is known as the demarcation question. It's sort of interesting. It's not something that scientists spend their day worrying about.
Yeah, I wish we could go into a deep dive on each one, one of these questions, but we just can't. So I'm sorry, but we need...
I would suggest anyone who's interested in that read Popper's book on conjectures and refutations.
Oh that wasn't me doing a dig at you. I'm just for the audience. We just can't. So we need to get to the next question.
Go ahead.
Okay. Aaron Rod, upgraded membership to Skeptics. Thank you. Jill Sturries for... Oh, this is the one we're talking about, Jill. Okay. Jill Sturries for $5 says, do you know anything about the E8 theory?
Who?
No.
Nope.
E8 theory.
Nope.
E8. Oh, sorry. Okay, you're talking about string theory now. So in heterotic string theory, there are two Lie algebras which are symmetric, 16-dimensional, symmetric, and self-dual. One of them is E8 cross E8, and one of them is SO32. Each of these gives rise to a separate string theory. Now, there are actually 5 different types of string theory you can have. You can have the E8 cross E8 string theory, the SO32 heterotic string theory. You can also have the type 2A, type 2B, and a type 1. All of these are now believed to be part of the same theory called M theory, along with 11-dimensional supergravity. We don't actually know what M theory is, but in particular limits, we have these as these individual theories as perturbative limits. So they're all related to each other by a certain set of dualities. So that's what E8. So E8 is an exceptional Lie algebra. A rank 2 Lie algebra, actually. So,
that clears it right up. Thanks.
Yeah.
I hope that made things clear.
What?
We're all good now. Yeah.
I actually wrote a computer program to calculate the semi-simple Lie algebras and do manipulation on their representations. E8 was one of those which I played around with.
But if anybody ever doubted me, I brought the big brains tonight.
Yeah, you did.
Somebody was like, "Oh, I'm gonna ask about this," and what's up now?
Go ahead,
Next question.
Okay, Ridge 152 for $5. And this is all academic, but who controls the spice melange controls the universe? Dune.
That's a Dune reference.
Yes.
Oh, God. Go ahead, Cliff.
All right. Charlie Welsh for $2 asks, just how dangerous is climate change? You guys rule.
Oh, this is a PhD Tony question. We're all going to shut up.
So it's extremely scary. It has the potential to be to escalate into an existential threat. Now, it's not necessarily the direct impacts of climate change per se that will kill us, but it will make resources scarce. For instance, so the projected progression for India and Pakistan is that within 50 years, it will no longer be possible to undertake external manual labor. It will just be too hot to do work outside in 60% of India and Pakistan. Now, when that happens, India's food production and India's economic prosperity will be sadly impacted. Now that will lead to about 1 billion people, 600 million people who really want to go somewhere else. The problem is that the places that they will want to go already have people in them, and the Indians, the Chinese, and the Pakistanis all have nuclear weapons. Now, at that point, the sequence of events becomes extremely chaotic and unpredictable. Now, they can't really go eastward. Bangladesh, for instance, is going to have its own problems with sea level rise. So there are these multiple pincers that can actually really put humanity in a difficult position. And we aren't treating this anywhere near as seriously as we ought to be. I will also point out that actually, that study that I just referenced, that analysis of what's happening in India, we're actually ahead of schedule as far as that's concerned. Things are getting hotter in India faster than that study projected. So we have less than 50 years in which to sort out that problem. Over the same time period, the Middle East will be completely uninhabitable outside of air-conditioned buildings. Humans won't be able to live there anymore. There are, we've also got tension between India and China over the Himalayan glaciers. Indian agriculture and Indian water consumption depends very critically on monsoon seasons and the regular discharge of snow melt from the Himalayas. But the Chinese are building large dams to intercept this runoff and they say they're not going to redirect it to China. But I trust the Chinese as far as I can spit a dead rat. The Chinese government. I don't trust them at all, and that's a source for grave concern. So there are a lot of very grave concerns that I have about the progression of climate change. It is an existential threat.
Okay, so I'm going to sum up what Tony just said. To answer the question, is it an existential threat? Yes. See how quick I did that, Tony?
Yes, you did. I thought that I might want a little more detail. But
I know. I just wanted to throw a jab at you. I just wanted to, get just stick a little knife in.
Yeah.
All right. Next question.
All right. Doug Donahue for $5 asks, what do you think the best chance of, if we have a reasonable amount of time, is of diverting an extinction event's meteor/asteroid/comet from hitting?
Sounds like Rodent's question.
Yeah. Maybe Clive.
Well,
Rodent answer, I think.
Well, let's see. Given enough time, it's almost it's like a convergence of time and every other spacefaring nation on the planet agreeing that this is an issue and deciding that their nations need to make it their number one priority above everything else. And then we might have a chance of figuring out something. Just doing let's just go put some nuclear bombs and break it up. That may or may not work, depending upon the type of beast that's coming in. So it's hard to say, but it's whatever happens, if we see something like, an extinction-sized rock or asteroid heading towards planet Earth, it's gonna have to be everybody on the planet getting together and wanting to stop this.
But I think what people
Yeah.
are asking is like, what kind of time frame are we looking at? If we can even quantify that, like a year, 2 years, 10 years, like what are we looking
when we
at?
first noticed it, you mean?
Oh, well, it's because we've got radar that's looking out, gosh, through the, beyond Mars all the way to Jupiter to understand what things are and where. We've got a pretty good idea of, what's kind of flying towards Earth.
But if we see something,
Maybe
How long
Like-
till it gets here?
yeah,
right?
maybe.
How long do we? If we see something and we're like, that's 5 years away. Like, I guess shit. We couldn't. Now that I'm thinking about it, it depends on how direct is it? Is it gonna graze us? Is it gonna? Is it directly? That's hard. That's a hard question.
Yeah, because we can, we can detect things optically that are way out there, and we come back 6 months or a year later, and we take another picture and we say, "Oh my goodness!" Based on this, half arc second worth of data that I have been able to get on its trajectory, it's going to smack straight into Earth.
Right.
Well, you've got
How
a
long?
very
Yeah.
little, you've hardly seen where it's actually traveling.
Like, what
So-
do you mean?
So
The answer to the question is
the errors.
we need more data.
Okay.
Yeah, so that what Rodent is saying is that when you project the trajectory of an object and you say, oh well, it looks like that's going to hit us, you haven't got the less data you have about its past trajectory, the more uncertain you are about where it's going to go.
Right.
So oftentimes these projections, early on we get, we say, okay, we need to keep an eye on that. Based on a little bit of evidence, and then we get more evidence, and it turns out that it's going to miss us by a bit. I think that was what Rodent was getting at.
Thank you.
Correct me if
yes,
I'm wrong.
by no means. That's exactly what I wanted to say, far more concisely than I could ever do it.
I think there was actually an experiment due to take place where a companion object of an asteroid is going to be impacted by a spacecraft to see if it can deflect that companion object
Mhm.
to such an extent to make a difference to its orbit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there are
I was gonna say,
multiple
the other thing is that we are cataloging as many of these near-Earth objects that could cause us damage as we possibly can. But I also
As
think
we
that
should.
if one of them is going, but I think if one of them is going to hit us, then there's very little we can do, especially if we don't get very much notice. I mean,
Yeah.
even
Mhm.
if we get 6 months notice to actually do anything about it would mean launching something, and how quickly does it take to launch
Yeah.
something?
And whether or
And
not Bruce
even if we
Willis can go.
Even
right.
if,
I was
even
going
if
to
we launch
say
it instantly,
we need Bruce Willis.
Yeah.
You know.
So
Wait, he wasn't done.
fragmenting, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Clive.
in the
What?
long term, in order to project against this possibility, you would need to have an infrastructure already in orbit, right? And fuel up there, and appropriate vessels. So if we could construct that, then our response time would be a lot less. So the current work that people like Branson and Musk and so on are attempting to do in establishing a space infrastructure are sort of stepping stones towards being better prepared and better able to respond, or more rapidly able to respond to these eventualities. So we are vulnerable right now, and we have been vulnerable throughout our entire history. But I think our response time is in the process of dramatically reducing. Somebody in the chat pointed out, that we could get hit by a gamma ray burst due to a nearby supernova, and we'd have zero warning of that. And we and just not able to, and because we wouldn't see it coming because it's coming at the speed of light, and so we may already be dead and just not know it. The space is kind of scary when you consider that, but again, it hasn't happened so far, so the chances don't seem that good that it's going to happen tomorrow. Or anytime new. And there's nothing you can really do about that one at all. So
I don't think Clive was done.
Well, I was just gonna say the universe doesn't give a fuck about us.
No.
But I do give a fuck about the next super chat. So, Cliff, if you would be so kind.
All right. Commander Darklight for Australian $7.99 asks, can any of you real people explain women to me? I've studied them for my entire life and have made no progress with my research.
And the real people thing has to do with time.
We only have 2 real people on the panel, so
yeah. The short answer is no. No, I cannot explain anyone to anybody. So,
but you may have to explain real people to Clive.
Yeah, you will.
No, Clive knows who's real and who isn't.
Oh, okay.
Sure, they seem to know each other. Schrodinger.
I didn't know. I didn't. Well, I
you
guess
hadn't picked up on that.
They were at the real people meeting. Okay.
Oh my God.
I didn't know. For people in.
I have one question. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
I just wanted to respond to something in the chat. Somebody saying that the Great Dying might have been caused by a gamma ray burst. I wouldn't have thought so, because that would require everything to die at exactly the same time, or pretty much. And I don't think that that's what happened. And the dominant theory is that actually the Great Dying was caused by climate change. It was caused by carbon dioxide released by the intrusion of magma into the Carboniferous sediment during the formation of the Siberian traps. That's the dominant scientific theory, and it just goes to show how dangerous climate change can be. Anyway, back to Clive and women and being a real person.
I have a question.
But Tony, that's in the secret real person's archive.
Yeah, well, I do know that, but I just thought it.
Oh, they're not supposed to know about that archive. Sorry.
Yes. Yeah. Well, you kind of blundered there. Yeah. Well, forget.
Now is Kent Hovind in the Real Person Club?
No. He's not even in the. He's not even in the Fake Person Club. He's not even in the vaguely person-like club. He is not person adjacent in any sense.
I don't like, and talking to him is really creepy. Just saying.
He's a creepy dude. Yeah.
He really is. He really is. Just he has that. It's weird. Speaking to him is like getting like bad touching.
Yeah,
right.
It's very much like, that. It's very that.
Like, hi, I'm Ken Hovind.
Don't do that.
I just did.
Let me tell you about water.
Oh,
water. I taught high school science for 10 years.
Yeah, in the basement of somebody's house.
So you're talking about 06542-017. Yeah, right. I think I've heard of him.
Yeah.
That's like Cliff. Continue, please.
I have one because are you done with the super chats, Cliff?
Yeah, one more.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay, Bill Dado for $4.99 says, "Okay, so I want to know why we set our hands in a surface and the molecules don't break down. Do they separate and move, or
what?
What?
So I think so. If I touch something,
Mm-hmm.
given that this, sorry, I should hold it here where people can see it. Given that this is made of molecules and they are mostly space, why do my fingers not pass through it?
Oh,
Is
okay.
that the question?
Okay.
That sounds
Okay.
right. Okay, go ahead.
And that's on a molecular scale, the forces, there was an earlier question about gravity being why is gravity the weakest of the forces? It's because there are stronger forces, that govern subatomic and submolecular structures, so that what he's describing there will not happen because of most probably won't happen. There are, it's always difficult when you're talking about quantum stuff, but the balance of forces is such that even though it's mostly empty space, the forces are what stop you from going in there, right? It's the forces that stop crystalline structures or physical structures from passing through one another. That doesn't happen because of the intermolecular and intra and subatomic force balance. Clive can correct me if I'm wrong, because I may be prattling there.
No, that's exactly my understanding too. It's basically the electromagnetic forces
Right.
between the molecules which cause each one to be a solid, basically.
Yeah, on a just a colloquial level, take two magnets and take the negative portions of those magnets and try to force them together. That's why these things don't intersect with each other.
Gotcha. Okay. So on my first non-super chat. Oh wait, there's another one, right, Cliff?
Yeah.
Good.
Okay, Pedro Guacamole for $10 says, "What happens to humanity if the Yellowstone caldera erupts?"
What?
Oh, I can answer this because I just before I retired from the Navy in 2017, my family and we visited Yellowstone, and there is basically a gigantic volcano that is actually Tony. I'll pass it off to him, but there's a gigantic volcano under Yellowstone that is going to erupt. The size of which I don't know if humanity can understand. My brain can't understand it, but Tony, take it away.
So there is a truly vast magma pocket underneath the Yellowstone caldera, and if it were to explode violently, it would lead to a series of events. The most immediate would be the transport of ash and sulfates into the high atmosphere. Now, the ash would rain down. It would result in damage to infrastructure, damage to ecosystems, damage to crops, damage to buildings. But the more, and that would have some effects. There would also be a long-term effect on Earth's climate, lasting for decades, that would make it much colder, because all of a sudden the atmosphere would be reflecting a lot more of the sun's energy and not allowing it to get to the surface. So Earth's surface would become a lot cooler, in much the same way that nuclear fall. It was hypothesized that nuclear winters would work. That would, of course, make our current food production systems and our current living arrangements untenable. And given human capacity to wield technology in emergency situations, I think that certainly pockets of humanity could survive these effects and could live through them, but there would be widespread ecological devastation.
But Tony, can you just give the audience some sort of understanding of orders of magnitude how much more violent this would be than an atomic bomb?
So, not really. I don't have those figures off the top of my head, but if you imagine, for instance, Krakatoa, right? Krakatoa was, one of the largest eruptions that has happened during human habitation of the planet. This would be many hundreds of times larger than Krakatoa. And another eruption that occurred in the 19th century, the Mount Tambora eruption, resulted in what is now known as the year without a summer. In the early 19th century, Mount Tambora erupted and threw up so much sulfate and dust and ash that there was no summer. And it had effects that lasted for a couple of years. If the Yellowstone caldera were to go up, this would be lasting for decades. There would be no summer, and it would have it had just catastrophic ecological consequences for us.
So my point was orders of magnitude more than anything that we've ever seen in humanity.
Yes.
So
absolutely.
On that happy note, next question, if you would, Cliff.
Okay, Cliff. You're muted, hon.
Sorry, that's it for Super Chats. So you got some other questions there, Marvel?
Yeah, I got one.
Okay. No, go ahead. We need to wrap it up soon, though. We've been on.
Well, this one's been waiting since the beginning.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Michael Short asks, do you feel like the recent discovery, I'm going to say this wrong, discovery about muons, magnetism will cause...
Muons.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Will cause a change in the standard model? Don't even understand the question I just read.
So Clive can probably speak more directly to this one.
Okay.
Okay,
it's just a particle. It's the muon.
So what they did, they measured the magnetic moment of the muon, didn't they? This is the
and the precession. Yeah, that's right. The precession of the muon.
So it could very well lead to a modification of the standard model. The thing with the standard model is a really ugly theory. It's sort of all things bolted onto each other to make things work. Now, physics may well be that way, and there are reasons for thinking that although perhaps in the very early universe the theory was much more elegant, by the time we get to now, due to the way the symmetries break, you can get rather ugly theories out of rather beautiful mathematics. So it wouldn't surprise me if this changes the standard model. Although probably not to the extent that it makes an awful lot of difference to people doing calculations using the standard model.
Excuse me, but standard model of what?
So the standard model is our best understanding of particle physics that we have.
Okay.
So it's a quantum theory which includes quantum chromodynamics, which is the theory of the strong nuclear interaction. It includes the electroweak theory, which incorporates electromagnetism and the weak nuclear force. And I guess these days it would also include Higgs field. Now, it's very likely that there are additional particles and additional interactions which we haven't actually discovered yet. And the muon G2 experiment says that, rather suggests that these interactions are out there. So So yeah, it probably will change it.
So the standard model just means kind of what we hold to right now. Am I correct?
Yeah, and it's amazingly accurate. So
Indeed.
So I think it's as well to point out that it will probably still be called the standard model after corrections have been incorporated into it, right?
yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So this discovery will result in a refinement of the standard model, most likely. It's not but that's what we're hoping for, is to refine and improve our understanding as we move forward.
I certainly remember when I did a course on the standard model, we initially thought that neutrinos travel at the speed of light and therefore only had one helionicity. Now it turned out that because they have mass, they can be either left or right-handed. So that's a change which has certainly happened.
Left or right-handed?
Yeah. So the point is that they exhibit spin in either the direction of their motion or
gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
motion, and that's what a helionicity.
Thank you.
And that's how entanglement happens, left or right spin.
Well, that's slightly different. Entanglement happens when you have a tensor product of two quantum systems, and if the tensor product is not a direct product of two separate states, then it's an entangled state. Sorry.
Which can incorporate the spin, but can incorporate other
Certainly,
properties, right?
Yeah. The individual states can have spin, but it's not necessarily essential.
That's way deeper than we probably need to go right now, because we've been going for almost 4 hours.
4 hours.
Yeah,
Right.
probably good.
So, do we have more questions, or do we want to wrap up, or what's going on?
We've got all the super chats asked, so we're good to go.
Okay. Do we have any other good questions that we want to ask?
Cliff, do you have anything like heavy?
Island Girl was asking about wormhole travel in relation to time travel. Is that a thing?
The problem you have with wormholes which are traversable is that you need negative energy density to hold open the throat of the wormhole. This comes from something called the Ray-Choudhury equation. Now, the usual thing which happens is when you have positive matter density, light is focused like a convex lens. If you have a wormhole, light actually coming into a wormhole would then emerge spreading out. That means it has negative energy density. Now, negative energy density is a particular problem in quantum mechanics because it means that the vacuum would be quantum mechanically unstable and therefore the universe would be unstable. So the universe wouldn't exist, basically. There are some slight ways around it in terms of Casimir effect. But then so the Casimir effect is an example where the energy density between two conducting metal plates can be negative. However, the problem with that is you've got two massive metal plates, which means the average energy density in that region is very definitely positive. So passage through a wormhole does seem to be ruled out. At least a reversible wormhole does seem to be ruled out.
Okay.
Yeah, I've read about the Casimir effect, and it seems implausible.
Simon wants to know if we'll be able to clone muscle tissue for like meat and stuff.
That's actually a thing that they not clone, but I guess
They grow it. I know that.
Yeah, they do.
Right.
So we can, there are multiple techniques for generating, animal proteins from genetic material.
Yeah, I think that's on our horizon.
Cliff,
The question
anything
is energy efficiency and the resources required to do it.
else? Okay.
And whether it tastes any good.
Right? Mm.
Like, could you just grow the meat easier than growing a cow? That's a good question.
That's
Or
where
like,
they're going with it.
Could we do like
Yeah.
or the specialty meats where they don't treat the animal very well? Can they reproduce that without hurting the animal?
Exactly. Cruelty-free meat.
Yeah.
It would be cruelty-free meat, but I'm a bit cautious about the advantages of cruelty-free meat, in the sense that I kind of think, given humanity's track record, as soon as we don't need these animals anymore, they're goners, right?
Right. Yeah.
And they'll go extinct. And I kind of wonder if that's a desirable outcome. So, I'm not. Well, it's just based on how humans have behaved in the past. If these things are around because we need them. If we no longer need them, we're not going. We can use that land for something else now. We can do something else with it. We're spending money on these things, and we don't need them anymore. So they're in our way.
I never thought of that.
Are you telling me, Tony, that humans are not benevolent creatures? Like, if you're going to tell me that, I just can't believe you when you say that.
But we love animals, don't we?
We love some animals.
I think animals are delicious.
Yeah, but
That's
why
eating
I
tasty
advocate
animals.
Mm.
If someone could farm pandas, there'll be no problem about making anything.
Oh,
Because
red pandas.
Horrible.
I want a furry red panda hat.
Oh,
Pandas are delicious.
you're
Pe-
all
pe-
horrible, man.
we would not. They would not be an endangered species if they tasted nice and we could farm them. If they tasted nice, people would find a way to make them breed.
In the Simpsons,
Every
they had
time-
Kentucky Fried Panda.
Every time I go to a seafood restaurant, I ask, where on the menu can I find manatee? And they always look at me like I'm an asshole. I'm like,
Because you
"What?
are.
Like, why is there not manatee? There's tons of them.
No,
It's called a
stop
sea
it.
cow.
Right. Yeah, are you telling me that manatee is not delicious?
I don't know.
Right. Why don't we know?
I've
Well,
never been starving enough to try it.
Are you gonna try? We stopped letting tuna people get dolphins in their nets.
I've had bear meat.
Certain things you don't eat. I don't.
Well, so yeah, I didn't mean to open this particular
See
can.
what you did? See what you did, Tony?
Brain Tony.
But I'm just saying that if humans don't need these animals anymore, then they're for the chopping block. At the moment, we give them a lot of veterinary care, we give them a lot of food, we give them shelter because we get stuff,
And then
right?
we smash their head and eat them.
It's hard.
Well, we eat smash
all
their
of
head
them.
and we eat some of them.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of them. Let's be
The
honest.
delicious ones.
But if we weren't able to do that, why would we be feeding them and sheltering them and giving them veterinary care? Because all of that costs money.
Wouldn't there be? There'd still be animals in the wild, no?
There would still be animals in the wild, but yeah.
I've got these 3 animals in my house that are super cute, but they're probably delicious. And
Oh my God!
they're like
Just stop.
They're probably delicious if I marinated them just right.
Are any of them cows?
No.
We know what they are. They're all free dogs.
All right.
You could probably make oven mitts out of one of them.
Yeah,
Oh
I
my
could
God!
multi-purpose.
Cliff, do you have any more questions, Cliff?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
Effed Up World asks, Why is everything that has ever been in space in a state of free fall?
Ooh.
What?
Everything
Because
is in
that's how orbits work.
Right.
Well,
It's not
everything-
free
It's just
fall,
pretty simple.
microgravity.
It's like pretty simple. Effed up world.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Tony.
Everything is in a state of free fall unless there is a force stopping it. Right?
We are in
so-
free fall right now.
So
I'm in a
yeah,
chair.
it's well, yes, but you're in free fall around the sun, right?
Exactly.
Right.
But we are in free fall.
And
You and
the
me
sun
and my laptop that I'm talking on and a Marvel girl, we're all in free fall.
Thank you.
But I do want to. But thank you for bringing that question up, Cliff, because I think that it's actually symptomatic. Because sometimes anti-science people asks an effed up world is a flat earther.
Oh,
He is, yes.
of course.
They ask absolutely nonsensical questions with no scientific significance to them whatsoever, and then when you give an answer, then when you give an answer, they don't like it. For instance, effed up world just said, "I'm not free falling." That's untrue.
Yes, you are.
The entire everything you can see, everything moves under the influence of gravitational curvature. The curvature of space-time, unless acted upon by a force that resists its motion. Now we are, and you may not like that answer, but it doesn't matter what you like. And I think actually you are being willfully dishonest, by asking this sort of question. It really strikes me that it reveals your mindset. You don't want to know the truth. You just want an answer you can disbelieve.
Yeah.
Right. I actually took I used a gunpowder scale, and I took a picture here in Portsmouth, Virginia. It was good out to 4 decimal places, and I took a picture of a 50-gram reference weight, and then I went all the way to Hawaii, and I took another picture of the same 50-gram reference weight, and showed that the weight was different because of the spin of the Earth. And did any flat earther care? No.
No. They're gonna say something was wrong with the scale or something like that.
Yeah, nobody has ever seen a solar system. It is an idea, not an observation. That is nonsense, effed up world. Absolute nonsense.
Wow.
Go find somebody with a telescope, and they'll be able to show you the solar system.
Actually, we've been on here a while, but I will say,
Don't invite him on. Don't invite him on.
Okay, I was going to, but my producer says no. So
Well, I'm thinking of your guest.
No, he can't come on.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Glenn Serio's here?
But
What?
no, that I think that's a fake Glen Syria.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It could if it was the real one. No, the real one wouldn't even debate me when I begged him.
I don't
How
think
much
the real one
space
can
does he
spell.
take up in the chat?
My life's in a free fall, he says, the fake Glen Serial.
Yeah, all right then.
Yeah,
then it's not him because he's
a
not
fake
self-aware enough to know.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, he's
Okay.
probably a
He'd
flat
be-
earther too.
And he'd be taking up so much space that
Yeah, the rest of us would not be here.
I was telling
But no.
Fairchild the other day how flat the Earth was.
Okay. Good. Is there anything else, babe?
Yeah, there's one more super.
Okay, another super. Good. Oh yeah, one of my favorite people. Good.
NANA for 666. There's Schrodinger's cat if you cook those pets right. Hail Satan.
Sagan. Sagan.
You guys do that every time.
Yeah,
It's
That's all I have.
that's the last.
actually I have a T-shirt with Hail Sagan on it. But
Did you even show the T-shirt you're wearing today? Oh, to the people.
I guess I could turn my camera on and let's see.
You showed off you showed off Kick's hat, but not our T-shirt.
I gotta get one of those.
No. Actually, this isn't our T-shirt. This is a T-shirt that I bought. Let's see.
Oh my God!
Kick rocks.
You're supposed to be wearing our T-shirt. You're fired. You're just so fired right now.
Should be. I'm vaccinated. Keep back 50 feet.
So
Brooke McLyman says she got her Schrodinger's cat T-shirt. Thank you,
Yay.
Brooke. I bet you wear yours when you're supposed to.
But I love it when I wear, because every now and then I'll run into an anti-vaxxer. Actually, I'm gonna wear this tomorrow when I travel, and just wait to run into an anti-vaxxer like in the airport. Hopefully a Karen.
Can you at least? God, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. You're more important
Can
than
you
me.
at least bring our shirt with you so you can wear it on the stream next time?
I'm going to.
Thank you.
See what I have to put up with, everybody. Like,
Oh yeah, it's terrible me for trying to get your merch on your self.
it's like I have
Somebody's
a
got to run
Karen.
the channel. Somebody's got to run the channel.
I've got a Karen on my payroll.
What? Okay, so thanks for coming, everybody.
Yeah, okay. I just want to say one more thing to Effed Up World.
Please.
Yeah. That guy.
You are determined to live in a delusion. That's your choice. No evidence, no argument is going to change your mind. But that just makes you dead weight social loss. That just makes you a waste of time.
Oh.
And talking with you would be a waste of everyone's time. I don't think anybody should talk to you on a stream. Ever.
I will host Effed Up World, a talk with you with PhD Tony and or Clive Wells
We lost
on
Clive,
this
by the
channel. Oh, he probably was just like, fuck this guy.
Yeah.
It's Effed Up World. But I will host on this channel. It'd be the biggest audience that you've ever had. If you want to talk to Tony, I'll host it. Let me know.
But bring proof. Hey, Anacito's here finally.
Oh yeah. Oh, what's up, Anacito? And
Oh, here he is. Clive is back. Yeah.
Anacito.
Hi, Clive.
sorry, Clive. I was actually just throwing your name around and saying that this effed up world flat earther that I would host
The debate.
a debate if you
things are my phone's running out of power or whatever. So
Okay. Well, we're wrapping it up.
yeah, we're wrapping it up, but we were talking with this effed up world flat earther, and I said if you want to debate one of these guys, I'll host it, and I don't think he's a taker because he's probably a coward.
Yeah.
Well, he'll take it because he's very.
You're only coming through in.
Why don't we let Clive do his goodbyes first then? Since he's
I
running out.
can't really hear you, so yeah.
Oh yeah, Clive.
It's 3 a.m. anyway here, so about time for me.
Do you want to say anything to say goodbye, Clive? We'll let you go first.
Just goodbye, everyone.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Take care, Clive.
Take care.
Have a good night, sir.
Thanks for coming.
Effed Up World says he's not a coward, but he doesn't say that he's a taker.
He said, "I'm a taker, not a coward." LOL.
So,
Right. What does
so-
that mean?
Okay,
so
if you
what
really
the-
want it, go ahead, Tony.
So what he means is that well, it may not be what he means, but the way I interpret it, what he wants is attention. What he wants
Right.
is significance. What he wants is to be the focus, and he will take as much of that as you lavish on him. But the reality is that you can explain in as much detail as you want the idea of seismic energy transmitting around the globe being utterly inconsistent with a flat geometry, and he will just say, but I still think that the Earth is flat.
Right.
Well, then this is a pointless discussion, right? It's completely pointless for me to bring evidence and for him to then say, oh, well, I still think the Earth is flat. That's
Right.
not a discussion. That's just you having decided ahead of time what your conclusion is and just going, not engaging at all with any of the evidence presented to you and just saying, well, I still think the Earth is flat. It's pointless. It is zero. No effed up world. You do not point out simple observations. You point out things that are absolutely not solely indicative of a flat Earth. In order to be evidence, something has to be consistent with only one of your hypotheses. This is why I don't like optical evidence, because optical evidence can be consistent with multiple hypotheses depending on the geometry of the light paths. I prefer seismic energy because seismic energy is absolutely inconsistent with a flat Earth geometry. We have flat Earth seismic models. They do not work over a large length scale. Similarly, the existence of gravimetry, submarine gravity gradiometry, gravimetric observations in gravimetric mineral exploration all show that your mindset is wrong, that your theory is wrong, that nothing is yes, effed up world, that makes it meaningless. What you are saying is meaningless. If you have no model, basically you are a waste of time, and you are just proving it right now.
It's just willful ignorance, isn't it?
Yes.
Very much so.
And we have when we're looking for submarines, we look for magnetic anomalies. We call it magnetic anomaly detection. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And like that is another thing that is inconsistent with the flat Earth, because why would we have a magnetic a sphere around the Earth if the Earth was flat? Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
Oh, Anastito made a good one. All right, so why don't we let Rodent go next to say goodbyes?
Yeah, we need to get out of here. I got to get on a plane in the morning.
Yes, you do. That's why I'm trying to close this out.
All right.
I know.
Go ahead.
Make sure I'm not off mute here. Schrodinger, thank you for letting me have lunch at the cool guys table. I really appreciate that. But next time, please don't take my apple. I get hypoglycemic in period 5. So, but yeah, thanks to everybody. The questions are great. More spacecraft questions, please. That I can answer. I'm not a physicist. But again, it has truly been a privilege to be with Clive and PhD Tony, and AMG and Cliff and Schrodinger.
Thank you very much. We do our best.
Yes, and I'm happy to be on a panel and talk about spacecraft day in and day out. It's
That's what he
That's
does.
what I
I've
love.
got tons of questions, so
Yeah,
Wonderful.
we're probably
Wonderful.
going to hit you back up like
Oh,
in short
fantastic.
order.
Absolutely.
Rodent's one of our loyal
Yeah.
subscribers, so
Absolutely. One
And
of our,
indeed.
Actually, I do want to say that I'm not yet a subscriber because I'm kind of on a fixed income. So I
oh, you
can't
mean a
really-
member? Gotcha.
remember, yes, I am. I have been
You,
subscribed
yeah, I was
for
gonna say.
Yeah.
a very, very long time.
yeah.
So
we go back a long
but-
time. Yes,
yes,
we do.
but that and with Schrodinger too.
Mhm.
Anyways, I will take my leave. Thank you again very much. And as the ghost host says, I will see you all a little later.
Thanks, Ronan. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
All right. I guess if Effed Up World doesn't have anything other dumb stuff to say, then we'll just continue with
well,
goodbyes.
if he wants to, he can contact me and I'll set something up. But we're not going to do it this way because
Oh, no, not
it's just
definitely
dumb.
not tonight. But I would definitely host. Hey,
I'll watch him get spanked.
I'd love it.
And he says he must be taking crazy pills because he can't feel the earth moving.
That's
Yeah,
not
you
how that works.
That's one of the dumbest things they say. It really
Yeah.
is. That and they
You
they
can only-
don't understand size either.
You can only feel, you can't feel constant motion, and you can only
No.
feel accelerations that are above a certain
Deceleration.
threshold. Well,
Right.
yeah, and negative accelerations are just a form of acceleration.
Oh, sorry.
You can only feel an acceleration that is above the threshold of your vestibular system, and our
Right.
vestibular systems are not sensitive enough
No.
to feel the accelerations involved in our planets rotating or our planet moving around this, orbiting around the sun. So that is a completely meaningless observation. There is
Right.
absolutely no reason why you should feel the motion of the planet.
You feel motion based on a tiny bit of fluid in your inner ear, and if you feel motion on Earth, and you probably shouldn't be like a lot of people feel motion they shouldn't, and that's how you get dizzy and you fall down.
It's called vertigo.
Yes.
Right, it's called vertigo. Like,
No, effed up world. The fact that we don't feel motion doesn't mean that it must be in motion. It means that the fact we
No.
don't feel motion is not an indication either way. You are using the fact that you don't feel motion to suggest that the Earth can't be in motion, and I am explaining that that line of reasoning is wrong. Right?
Right.
I am not. That is not evidence for motion. There are other pieces of evidence that suggest the motion of the Earth. You are introducing something as evidence for your case, and you are wrong. Your reasoning is incorrect. You are just mistaken.
you know what? This just occurred to me. I found a way to merge flat earthers with First Amendment auditors. They do a First Amendment audit of an emergency room, and they say they don't feel motion.
All right,
Yeah,
you're not
they-
making. All right,
Anyway,
thank you.
It's like they go to an emergency room and they're like, I don't feel motion, and that's the First Amendment audit. Like,
okay.
Mhm. Okay.
Right. We just
So
got
Tony. Oh, okay, good.
a super chat from Wonder Woman Goddess of Truth. $5 says, "Why do I feel like I can feel gravity when I'm up high on a platform where I can see over the edge?"
Oh, like that whole thing in your stomach dropping. Yeah.
That's basically your brain is doing a lot of processing, image processing around you, and you orient yourself relative to stuff that you can see, and you are used to seeing ground in front of you. And if all of a sudden you're looking out and you can't see ground in front of you, suddenly your sense of balance feels a lot more precarious, right? You feel a lot less secure. And I've had this feeling myself. because suddenly your visual references are no longer there. And we are quite heavily dependent on our brain doing a lot of analysis.
Interesting.
And effed up world, yes, I don't think of my my senses as the most wonderful sensory organs or detection organs that humans can come up with. We can come up with much better ones.
Yeah.
For instance, relying only on my sight and my hearing, I would have no idea of your existence because I've never met you. I rely on technology that tells me that you exist and what you typed in, right? But you claim that you can detect my existence without the benefit of the technology intervening between us. You're wrong and delusional in that belief system. No, humans are not great detectors.
Like, we can fool our senses too. It's like, you've seen those little
Yes.
movies at the fair where it fools you into thinking you're on a roller coaster.
Yes. Yeah.
That kind of thing, right?
Yeah. Try looking up the Ames window, AMES, the Ames window, which is kind of a mind-boggling illusion. It's really, really hard for your brain to understand what's going on there. Veritasium recently did an episode about it, and when I was young, there was a television show called The Curiosity Show, and it was on that.
Oh, neat.
Veritasium is really good.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah, especially with the red sauce.
You're so stupid. If there was only a trap door I could push you in. So, all right. Anything else, Schrodinger? What do you want to do?
And no, I guess let's let
Tony wrap up? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for having me on, Schrodinger. Always a pleasure to hang out with you. My apologies to anybody whose questions we didn't get to. Hopefully at some point I'll be back on to discuss something less stupid than effed up the world's delusions.
Oh shit!
I don't
Wait,
know.
we have one more super chat. Go ahead, Cliff.
Okay, Rodent No Last Name for $5 says, super easy way to prove you can't feel speed. Put a flurper on a maglev train blindfolded, then ask him how fast he thinks the train is going.
Ooh.
Yes, and I have shown this on my channel of the maglev train in Tokyo, and somebody is they have coins held up on the edges, and the train's going, and they're showing the out the window with the camera, and they show the speed is like 200 kilometers an hour, and they're showing these coins they have held up on the edge, and
they don't drop,
which is how
right.
smooth it is.
So that's like I've walked through down the passageway of a Navy ship, and I don't feel anything. We're doing 13, 14, 15 knots, and I walk down the passageway, and all of a sudden I look out the hangar bay door, and I see the sea go by, and all of a sudden I feel it.
Yeah.
Because you see
because,
it.
Because I see it. But
yeah, exactly.
I was just fine. And then I look out the hangar bay door. Right.
Yeah, and that's effed up worlds. He just made a point about how the speedometer on his car just doesn't give the opposite of his sensations. Well, try covering up the car windows. Do you still trust the speedometer? I mean, yes, you see stuff moving past the car window. We know the Earth is moving because we observe the stuff around us moving consistent with the motion of the Earth. You are making exactly the same argument. You don't feel the motion of the car. You see it in relation to the objects around you that you know to be stationary, or
Exactly.
whose motion you well understand. So you are the fact that you don't feel something is absolutely irrelevant to whether or not it exists.
Exactly.
Anyway.
Wait a
Effed up
second.
world, go enlist in the Navy. And with that,
No, wait.
Doc-
We got a couple of things here we got to settle. A couple of people who said they didn't get their questions answered.
Bill, yeah.
Go ahead, Cliff. Do you have that one?
Yeah, I asked that question like 45 minutes ago. It was the one about the
Yeah, and I answered it.
Molecules,
Okay.
Intermolecular force. There are forces that hold molecules and atoms in a particular arrangement, and those forces prevent other structures from penetrating between those bonds, which is why it's the whole thing about why molecules can't pass through one another. Bill, that question was asked and answered.
He did answer that.
Thank you.
Yep,
but
he did.
And somebody else said I didn't get to his either. That was Beaver. Beaver C. Did you have that one, Cliffy?
You said a Marvel girl. Let me see if
I
got
didn't see
Yeah.
one from him. So
Let me see
if
if
you'd
I
ask
got
it again, I'll get it. Okay.
Beaver C says that it was a funny question. Apparently,
okay. Thank you. Sorry.
He was being funny when he asked.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
PhD Tony, if you want to wrap up, like we need to wrap up because I need to wrap up because I got to get on a plane in the morning.
I've enjoyed myself. Thank you very much for having me on, and thank you in the chat. And happy to come back to address stuff. But I have previously spoken to Effed Up World. He does, and it's not a worthwhile debate. I am happy to debate a flat earther who is prepared to do something other than make utterly fatuous assertions that he's just going to ignore observational evidence.
And if he does want to, then he can reach out to Tina, and we'll figure that out and schedule that on here. But I am flying to New Hampshire in the morning to work on some submarines. So, Cliff, what do you got to say?
Well, as usual, thanks for having me. It was a lot of fun, very interesting hearing the scientists take on stuff. So, everyone take care. Love you all. Have a great night.
Oh, wow. All right, one more. CMDR Darklight, $7.99 Australian. Commander, sorry. Thank you. You got that one, Cliff? Do you see it?
Aussie $7.99
Okay.
says, Effed Up World would never see time on a vessel. He isn't smart enough to qualify for any role other than the most basic landside duties.
That's probably true. He probably couldn't pass the ASVAB.
He seems well qualified to serve as ballast.
Dead weight. Is that what you're saying?
Don't they eject the ballast at some point though?
Okay.
Well, in naval parlance, what it means ballast is just dead weight. It could be water, it could be steel, it could be whatever. Just dead weight. Like he could be dead weight. Yes, I agree, Tony.
It's
well done, sir.
AMG debates. AMG debates at gmail.com. Effed Up World. We're not rude. That was a good burn.
That was a sweet burn. And I will host you. That will be the biggest audience that you've ever had, sir. So, send her an email. I guess we are down to Tina. Say what you got to say.
I enjoyed what I could understand immensely. And I appreciate all the scientists for coming. And the last one we have the last man standing, Tony. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Always happy to be here.
And again, just for my audience, I had and just like Tina just said, I was happy to hear what I could understand, which was about probably 10% of everything that was said. But I was happy to provide that to my audience. So with that, I think we're going to go have a good night.
Night.
All right.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.